Welcome to the third hearing of the Public Accountability Committee inquiry into the Transport Asset Holding Entity, otherwise known as TAHI. Before I commence, I'd like to acknowledge the Gadigal people, who are the traditional owners of the land on which this Parliament sits, and pay our collective respects to their elders past, present and emerging. Today we'll be hearing from Ms Heather Watson and Mr Paul Lowe, partners at KPMG Australia, as well as Mr Rod Staples, the former Secretary of Transport for New South Wales. And I'd like to thank each of the witnesses for making themselves available to give evidence about this important matter. I'd also like to make some brief comments about the procedures for today's hearing. Today's hearing is being broadcast live by the Parliament's website, and a transcript of today's hearing will be placed on the committee's website when it becomes available. I note in that regard there is some delay in relation to Hansard, and we'll make it available as soon as possible. In accordance with the broadcasting guidelines, media representatives are reminded to take responsibility for what they publish about the committee's proceedings. And while parliamentary privilege applies to what witnesses say in their evidence today, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside the hearing following the conclusion of their evidence. Committee hearings are not intended to provide a forum for people to make adverse reflections about others under the protection of parliamentary privilege. In that regard, I'd urge all witnesses, if they could, to stick to the issues rather than the personalities in today's hearing. All witnesses have a right to procedural fairness according to the Procedural Fairness Resolution adopted by the House in 2018. If witnesses are unable to answer a question today and would like more time to respond, they may take a question on notice, and written answers to questions on notice are to be provided within 21 days. If witnesses do wish to hand up a document, or if they're to receive a document, that will occur through the committee staff who are here to assist. In terms of audibility today, I could remind committee members and witnesses to speak, if possible, as clearly into the microphone as they can. Could I also urge everybody, if they haven't already, to put their mobile phones on silent for the duration of the hearing. I now welcome our first witnesses, Ms Heather Watson, who's appearing in person today. Good morning, Ms Watson. And Mr Paul Lowe, who is appearing via video conference. Could I ask you to each state your name and position and swear either an oath or an affirmation? And we might start with you, Ms Watson.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Heather Watson. I'm a partner at KPMG. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thanks very much, Ms Watson. Mr Lowe.
My name is Paul Lowe. I'm a partner in KPMG. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Look, thank you very much for coming today. And you now have an opportunity, if you wish to take it, to give a brief opening statement. Am I looking to you, Ms Watson, for that?
Thank you, Chair. We will both give an opening statement. It will be brief. My name is Heather Watson. I'm the National Public Sector Lead for KPMG's CFO Advisory Practice and focus most of my service delivery on New South Wales agencies. I support government agencies on their reporting. While this is generally related to financial and budgetary reporting at the whole of government level, from time to time it can extend to non-financial reporting and to information to meeting the needs of internal stakeholders. I have more than 25 years accounting and auditing experience with significant expertise in public sector reporting. That includes a decade at the New South Wales Audit Office. In my advisory roles, I've directly supported the New South Wales Parliamentary Budget Officer with his work on state budget and forward estimates projections. During my professional career, I have worked with and led multidisciplinary teams serving various agencies and sectors across multiple jurisdictions. I have a Bachelor of Commerce from the University of New South Wales, and I'm a Chartered Accountant. I'm a Fellow of Chartered Accountants Australia and New Zealand and have held various governance roles over the past decade with this organisation, including Chair and Vice Chair of the New South Wales State Council and being elected to an international role representing New South Wales' 30,000 members in member oversight of the Chartered Accountants Board. I have also, over my career, developed materials for the Chartered Accountants Program, a globally recognised industry qualification, including the provision of public sector-specific content. I have worked collaboratively with New South Wales agencies on the establishment of TAHI since 2017. There has been significant focus on TAHI accounting in recent times, and I'm hopeful that in our discussions today, I can assist the committee with its important work. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much, Ms Watson. Mr Lowe.
Thank you, Committee Chair, and thank you, members, for the opportunity to join you this morning. My name is Paul Lowe, and I lead KPMG's National Infrastructure, Government and Healthcare Industry Group. I am also a partner in our infrastructure, asset bases division within KPMG. I'm in Brisbane. I have more than 25 years' experience in transport infrastructure, policy and planning, urban planning, economic development, wider public policy at the state and local level, as well as time in the corporate sector with a major infrastructure asset owner and operator. Prior to joining KPMG 11 years ago, I held senior executive roles in Queensland and New South Wales Public Services in the areas of transport and roads, planning and infrastructure, economic development, and premiers and cabinet. I'm aware I was referenced in the evidence provided by Mr Lyon on 8 November 2021, and my responsibilities cover a number of the areas canvassed by the committee today. Given my credentials and understanding of the subject matter raised, the evidence to the inquiry, I trust I can be of assistance to your work today. My role with respect to KPMG's work involving TAHI was as the review partner, or the second partner, in mid-2020, finalisation of the KPMG report for New South Wales in November 2020. My role was to provide support to our team and Mr Lyon in his engagement with the FSW and to ensure the engagement is completed as per the scope agreed with the NFW and in line with KPMG standards and expectations. In addition, I also, as a founding member, I was invited to attend the Conflicts Oversight Governance Committee. The Oversight Committee was led by 3 KPMG partners with the express aim to effectively and proactively manage the risk of real or perceived conflicts, commercial conflicts which may emerge through the work undertaken by one or more KPMG teams working with New South Wales government agencies. I thank the Chair for the opportunity to provide an opening statement and welcome any questions. Thank you.
Thank you both for your brief opening statements. I will commence questioning through the opposition, Mr Mookie.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Ms Watson, for your attendance today, and also thank you, Mr Lowe, for joining us today as well, which I understand you did so at relatively short notice. It's of great assistance to the committee to have both of you here today as well. Can I just ask, you've got a copy of the submission that KPMG put into the inquiry with you right now? You have to, not affirmatively. You have to use.
That is correct.
Thank
Yes,
you.
Mr.
Ms Watson,
Mookie.
do you mind just moving the microphone forward? These microphones just need to be a bit closer to you for us to be audible. Thank you. If you don't mind, I'm just going to, I understand that in this submission, you set out a chronology of KPMG's involvement. I'm just referring specifically to page 2, in which KPMG says that in April 2020, you entered into an agreement with Transport for New South Wales to provide TAHI with operational and accounting advice. I read that correctly?
That is correct.
Yes. And then equally, you say in June 2020, KPMG was engaged by Transport for New South Wales to assist in developing a future long-term operating and financial model. That's the second sort of request that was made to KPMG?
That is what our submission states. It was not the second request. There are a number of requests, and there's a chronology in the back of the submission.
Thank you. And then I guess the third key point is in October 2020, KPMG CFO Advisory Services was engaged by Treasury to assist in the development of a financial impact statement as well. So I read that correctly, didn't I?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Mr Mookie, you were reading off the
KPMG submission to the
submission
inquiry.
number 8.
Yes.
Ms Watson, that submission came to us without a signature and without an authorisation. Were you the author of that document?
This is a KPMG collective document. I was not the author.
Well, can you identify who were the authors?
I'm not aware of exactly who the authors were. It was a collective of individuals who were involved, but I'm happy to take that question on notice.
All right. And do you
Did you approve it before it was sent?
exactly?
It's not my role to approve.
Do you believe it provides an accurate submission on behalf of KPMG? Is that your evidence?
Yes.
Thank you. I just want to turn to the June report. So this is, in June 2020, KPMG was engaged by Transport for New South Wales to assist in developing a future long-term operating and financial model. Perhaps to Mr Lowe, that encompassed being able to provide advice as to potential future financial impacts if the government was to adopt the transport asset holding entity structure. That's correct?
Thank you for the question, Mr Mookie.
Mookie.
The scope of that particular report, the scope of that particular report, Mr Mookie, was to provide advice to Transport for New South Wales on what the long-term operating model needed to be, so how the entity should be structured, and then the financial impacts related to that. Also, a piece of scope of work around fiscal strategy that was not included in this report, nor was this report dealing with accounting treatments or safety issues.
Thank you, Mr. Lowe. That's helpful. And this report was commissioned after the Cabinet in June of that year had resolved to commence the transport asset holding entity. Is that your understanding, Mr. Lowe?
That's my understanding. The intention was that this was to now look at the operating model and supporting arrangements to put that into effect. And as our report to Transport New South Wales indicates, there's also a transition plan for standing that up for a period of time, as well as identifying additional further advice needed to support Cabinet in its final decisions.
Indeed. And so in June 2020, the Cabinet agrees to the establishment of the Transport Asset Holding Entity, and then it formally commences operation on 1 July 2020 as a state-owned corporation. That's your understanding, Mr. Lowe?
My understanding is that was the intention, yes.
And Ms. Watson, that's your understanding as well, that the Transport Asset Holding Entity commenced operations as a state-owned corporation on 1 July 2020?
The legislation commenced on that date, yes.
Yes, thank you. And that's when it took ownership of the rail assets, correct?
It was the first time that it existed.
Yes.
The asset holding entity was legally transitioned from Rail Corp, and so as a legal owner was the same owner.
Thank you very much, Ms. Watson. Can I, Mr. Lowe, in the course of producing the financial advice as part of the long-term operating model, did KPMG and specifically Mr. Lyons seek access to Treasury's modelling as to the fiscal impacts of establishing the transport asset holding entity?
Thank you, Mr. Mookie, for the question. The scope of Mr. Lyons' work was to look at the long-term financial scenarios that could relate to standing up TAHI. I'm not clear whether he accessed models provided by Treasury.
I understand that you might not be clear whether he accessed it, but the question was whether he requested it. Do you recall him requesting of the Treasury access to the financial model that that informed their advice to Cabinet in June 2020?
Perhaps he did, Mr. Mookie. I'm not sure whether he did or didn't.
That's okay. Ms. Watson, do you recall such a request?
I recall that Mr. Lyon put such a request or a similar request to myself, but I was not the holder of New South Wales Treasury's information, and I referred him to New South Wales Treasury. Indeed.
I might now at this opportunity formally table the folder that's been provided to the witness, Ms. Watson there. Ms. Watson, are you able to just turn to the first tab of that, please?
Do you mean tab 1, Mr. Mookie?
Yes, thank you. Which at the top, it should be labelled KPMG _emails _9 cabinet submissions. Do you see that?
It's got 111 at the top?
Yes.
Yes.
I think what you just described is reflected in that email exchange. If you start at the bottom of page 1, you can see that Mr. Lyon puts a request to you, which is CC'd to Mr. Lowe, asking specifically at point 1, could you please provide the Treasury financial model that was used to determine the financial impacts on the paper? And at the top, you say, hi, Brendan, you will need to put that request to Treasury. So that reflects what you just said. Good.
Yes.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Lyons did put that to Treasury. If you turn to page 3 of the docs, Mr. Lowe, I think these have been emailed to you. Sorry, I wasn't aware that you were you were in Queensland, so they've been emailed through. If you're following along, that would be helpful, because some of these questions will come to you.
If you've emailed them to him. Yeah.
So you can see... Yeah.
Mr. Mookie, can I just clarify, because I have got the documents on the screen here, that's the email of the 7th of September, is that the one you're referring to?
Yes. Yes. So you can see then Mr. Lyon then emails Miss Wilkinson, who I think is the relevant Treasury official at the time, asking for the model. You can see that at the top, I may have misunderstood, but I'm asking for a copy of the Treasury financial model, which was used to generate the numbers that went to Cabinet in June. Mr. Lowe, you see that?
I can see that, Mr. Mookie.
Yeah, and then down the bottom, it goes of this email. Miss Wilkinson, I think actually as a prior email, says, to get the clarity we need, Treasury has engaged your colleague, Heather Watson, to review your model for consistency with various preceding advices from KPMG. Small point, Miss Watson. Do you know what she was referring to?
I've not seen these emails until this morning, Mr Mookie, so I'm not familiar with the context around these emails, no.
But did Ms Wilkinson ever ask you on or about September 7, 2020 to review Mr Lyons' model for consistency with various preceding advices from KPMG?
I have a number of interactions with New South Wales Treasury on a weekly basis, and I'd need to get further context to be able to answer your question in an appropriate way.
Do you mind taking on notice then?
I'll take it on notice, certainly.
Thank you very much. Fair enough, but you can go back to the top, Mr Lowe. You can say, Mr Lyon says to Ms Wilkinson, could you please confirm regarding a final copy of the financial model so we can understand why the numbers went to the Cabinet are different? Do you see that?
Just let me go back up there for 1 moment, please. Just look on the screen. This is obviously important to explain the variation that we've returned to Cabinet.
Yes.
That particular email.
It's on page 3 of the emails. It's got the number 113 handwritten on the top of it.
Monday the 7th September, 5:09 p.m.
Yeah. So you can see at this point, part of the reason why Mr Lyons is pursuing a copy of the Treasury model is because it seems like his model has produced a different result and he's trying to get to the bottom of why. Is that a fair reflection of what you think this email says?
That question directed to me, Mr.
Yes,
Mookie.
Mr Lowe, sorry.
Sorry, just to clarify. He is trying to understand, remembering that at a point in time was to do more detailed financial modelling around what the operating model looked like to further inform capital. So as you would imagine, you deeper into the analysis, what's the structure of TAHI look like? We have a clearer view about what some of the potential scenarios could be around the financial impacts. And that was what eventually ended up in our report to Transport for New South Wales. It does not include advice around the budget treatments or anything of that nature. It's looking at long-term potential financial scenarios around TAHI.
I agree with Mr Lowe. I don't believe at this point Mr Lyons was seeking this information in order to provide fiscal advice. It's quite clear in the email he's seeking the financial model so he can understand why the numbers that he has produced are different to the numbers that went to Cabinet. So I'm not at cross purposes with you on that particular point. But do you mind just turning to page 4, Ms Watson, as well? So on page 4, Mr Lyons has put this request in to Miss Wilkinson sometime that afternoon, I think. It was generally, I think, at 5 o'clock. At 5:13, Miss Wilkinson replies, and it's quite extraordinary. It says here, "Hi Brendan, there is no model for the June Cabinet submission. The submission simply noted that the impact of any change on our equity treatments and depreciation liabilities. The only TAHI financial model was done, I think, 2017 by KPMG and belongs to Transport for New South Wales." So we're in a scenario where Treasurer has taken and the Treasury have provided advice to the Cabinet about the impact of establishing the Transport Asset Holding Entity. The Transport Asset Holding Entity is then commenced.
Well, is this a question
Yeah,
or
it
are you
is.
making a
But
statement?
then it turns out that there is no financial model whatsoever at the time that they decide to create this corporation. And then instead they're relying on advice that KPMG provided, they think, in 2017. I find that extraordinary. And B, do you know what the 2017 financial advice that KPMG provided, that they somehow was then used in June 2020 by the government to commence the Transport Asset Holding Entity?
Is this a question to Mr Lowe or to myself?
Mr Lowe at first instance, sorry, Ms Watson.
Thank you, Mr. Mookie. My involvement, as I mentioned in my opening statement in the Cabinet, was from June 2020. I wasn't involved in 2017. However, my colleague, Mr. Watson, may be able to provide an answer if they might assist the committee.
Ms Watson, do you know what the 2017 financial advice that Treasury effectively recycled to put to Cabinet was that led to them to decide to establish the Transport Asset Holding Entity?
In 2017, KPMG was appointed through a public tender process as an accounting, tax and financial advisor as part of a joint project to establish TAHI. We worked for about 18 months in that space. We developed the funds flow. We developed a detailed financial model that has a very similar architecture to the one that was used by Mr. Lyon more recently. That model went through a number of scenarios and assumptions and did inform Treasury's adjustments to the forward estimates at the time. There hadn't been any further changes in the thinking or decisions made by government that were going to affect those forward estimates, and so there was no need in June to do updated modelling.
But Ms Watson, is that your opinion or is that Treasury's opinion?
This is my opinion.
So I appreciate that, right? I accept that. But
Ask Treasury
it's
for their
clear,
opinion, not Ms Watson.
but Treasury didn't have access to that model. They hadn't seen that model. That's what they say here, that in fact the Treasurer and the Treasury took a position to Cabinet to get them to move billions of dollars of assets
Well, again,
without
you're
any model.
editorialising. Ask
Was
the
that
witness a
model
question.
ever provided to the Treasury prior to the June Cabinet process?
On many occasions, yes.
But that
It was a
model.
joint working
Well,
group.
no.
Sorry,
Let her answer.
I appreciate it.
There was a joint working group established, and that was the project that I was working on. We had regular engagement with Transport for New South Wales personnel as well as New South Wales Treasury personnel. And New South Wales Treasury personnel had seen that model on various occasions, had provided input into it, had asked for various assumptions to be modelled throughout the process. They didn't own the model because the engagement was with Transport for New South Wales, and so the model belonged to Transport for New South Wales. But that doesn't mean that they hadn't seen the model.
Okay, but certainly, therefore, Ms Wilkinson tells Mr Lyons that there was no model. Your evidence is there was, and that Treasury got it wrong.
No, my evidence is that there was no specific model generated in June of 2020.
Thank you.
And you're confirming there was no Treasury modelling. You agree that's accurate. It was this KPMG model you say shared with Treasury that was the basis of any of the modelling that the Cabinet saw.
The model doesn't belong to KPMG. The model belonged to Transport for New South Wales, and it was a Transport for New South Wales model.
I'll repeat the question. You agree there was no Treasury modelling that went to that Cabinet decision to set up TAHI?
There was no separate Treasury modelling. At that point, Treasury relied upon the past modelling that had been performed by Transport for New South Wales.
Yeah, you say at that point, but at no point was there Treasury modelling that informed the Cabinet when they set up TAHI.
That would have to be confirmed with New South Wales Treasury personnel.
I'm asking your view. Are you aware of any Treasury modelling when Cabinet set up TAHI about the financial impacts?
I'm not aware of modelling. I wasn't engaged to do modelling with them.
Thank you.
So, Ms Watson, to be entirely clear, the only modelling you're aware of about the financial impacts of TAHI is the modelling that was done for the purposes of transport through KPMG.
It was done for the purposes of a joint working group, a joint project group between Transport and Treasury. DPC was also involved. It was simply that the model was legally owned by Transport for New South Wales because that is who the contract was with.
Well, that's the model that was being used for the purposes of creating the December 2019 Transport for New South Wales Structure Considerations TAHI Business Model Assessment, which on the front page of that says it's for Transport for New South Wales. Is that the model?
I'm not sure which model you're referring to, Chair.
Ms Watson was referring to a 2017 model that was undertaken by KPMG for Treasury, which we've just discovered exists.
The model was undertaken by KPMG under a contract with Transport for New South Wales, Mr Mookie.
Thank you.
All right. Ms Watson, where do we find reference to that 2017 model in your Cabinet submission of November 2020?
I'm sure you don't mean to suggest that I had a Cabinet submission, Chair?
Well, the KPMG Transport Asset Holding Entity dated 3 November 2020. Have you seen that document? I think it's at tab 2, is it?
It's provided to Ms Watson I'll tell you the exact tab it's provided.
Is it tab 2?
Yeah,
It's at tab 2.
yeah. The back tab.
Second page of tab 2.
Just while we're finding that, can I also just clarify, Ms Watson, when you said that it's your understanding that Treasury was relying on that 2017 model that had been prepared by KPMG for Transport for New South Wales, is it also your evidence that the numbers used in the Cabinet submission by Treasury in June 2020 could be explained by that model from 2017? Do the two connect in your mind?
I wasn't involved in helping Treasury with any specific modelling for their June 2020 Cabinet submission, and so I couldn't comment.
So is it your evidence that although they had access to that 2017 model, they didn't necessarily rely on that 2017 model when coming up with the figures for their Cabinet submission?
Your question is going to what did Treasury officials rely upon, and I couldn't answer on behalf of Treasury officials.
Do you have any direct knowledge of where the numbers that they put in that Cabinet submission came from?
The numbers came from the forward estimates, so they're prime data. So the forward estimates and budget is prepared using a system called prime, and they relied upon the numbers that were in prime on the basis that they didn't need to make any changes, was their understanding. The numbers that were in prime had been developed sometime previously using the model that was provided for Transport for New South Wales under contract, but also used by other government stakeholders at the time. That was a 2017 model when it was developed. It was then updated in 2018, and I understand that it was probably updated again in 2019 by various stakeholders. As I've said earlier, the model belonged to Transport for New South Wales, and it could have been used in a number of different ways, but none of those is anything that I've got line of sight over, and I apologise that I cannot be more definitive in my response.
But did anybody at KPMG verify that those numbers used in the submission had been based on those numbers you say were in prime, was it?
There was no engagement to verify any numbers.
So you're not aware of that? That's not something
Well,
within
Ms Watson,
your...
it might be helpful in a sense to go back to what you were engaged for. So you were engaged, as I understand it, in February of 2020, is that correct?
Yes.
And what was the scope of the work that you were engaged for?
At that juncture, Mr Farlow, I was engaged to consider the impact of new accounting standards.
Okay, thank you, Ms Watson. And the scope of, and when was Mr Lyons engaged?
He was
Transport
engaged
for New South Wales.
he first started having conversations, from my understanding, in April and entered into a contract shortly thereafter in the month of May to look at the operating model.
And what was the scope of that engagement compared to your engagement? So you were engaged first, and then what was the scope of that engagement? Or Mr Lowe may be able to assist.
Yeah, perhaps it might be appropriate me to answer that question, Mr Farlow. The scope of that engagement was to look at the long-term operating model for TAHI, and in doing so, look at some of the long-term financial impacts. So the scope of that work was to look at the various structures, the interfaces. The committee well knows the complexity of setting up a rail operating environment of the below and above rail assets, and then look at the potential scenarios, the sort of long-term financial impacts that could be associated with that. It was not an engagement, it was looking at budget impacts, it was an engagement looking at long-term financial impacts.
Thank you.
Chair, I might just resume, if that's okay.
Well, could I just
you
take
go.
the witness?
Yeah.
Have you got tab 2 there, Ms Watson?
Yes,
I think you
that's
also
a
have
November
access.
2020 document.
Yes. Is that the first time you've seen this?
No.
Yeah. Were you in part the author of this?
Yes.
Yes. Could I ask you to turn to page 5 of that? It's headed Executive Summary. Do you see that?
Yes.
And do you see at the beginning, you say, on 1 June, New South Wales Government endorsed the establishment of TAHI as a statutory state-owned corporation. New South Wales Treasury's GGS FIS in respect of TAHI's establishment indicated proceeding with establishment will result in 0 fiscal impacts. Do you see that?
Yes.
And you've got, your report says 1920 no impact, 2021 no impact, 21-22 no impact, 22-23 no impact, 23-24 no impact. Do you see that?
Yes.
Did you separately endorse those figures? Did you have any, on what basis did you include those figures in the report?
So my work was to consider the reasonableness of the assumptions that had been applied by New South Wales Treasury in developing their FIS statement. I have included the FIS statement as a matter of background. It's not my FIS statement.
Well, did you do any modelling to work out whether or not the 0 fiscal impact was credible?
It was not my role to do the modelling, Chair. My role was to consider the assumptions that had been applied by New South Wales Treasury in their own modelling.
Did you see Treasury's modelling?
Did I seek or see?
Did you see? I
I did see the output of Treasury's modelling, yes.
No, I'm not asking if you saw the output. I'm asking if you saw the modelling.
I saw the modelling in the sense that I saw the spreadsheets that they were using, yes.
So you saw the basis upon which they were asserting this impact?
Yes.
And was that the 2017 transport modelling that
No.
you referred to earlier?
That were the numbers in prime, were they not?
The numbers in prime prime is a different system to a financial model.
Sure, but
So the model creates numbers, and then once the numbers are accepted by New South Wales Treasury or reflect a decision of government, then New South Wales Treasury updates prime.
and then what you saw was the output of prime or the input into prime?
I saw the input into prime, but I was also comfortable, based on my general knowledge, that it was consistent with what was in prime.
And you thought you accepted the Treasury's assumptions, and therefore you accepted the conclusions. Is that a fair summary of your report?
I reviewed their assumptions in detail against the requirements of the applicable financial reporting and budgetary reporting frameworks to assess whether or not they were reasonable, and I concluded that they were reasonable and therefore prepared in accordance with the relevant requirements.
And could I ask you then to turn to page 12 of the report? You'll see on 11 and 12, you're talking about New South Wales Treasury key assumptions. Do you see that?
Yes.
And one of the key assumptions in terms of a fair return and the fiscal impact would be the value of TAHI's assets, I assume. That would be critical.
No, not necessarily, Chair.
You know that they were valued in the order of $38 to $40 billion at the time TAHI was being established. You're aware of that?
I'm aware of the carrying value of the assets at the time that TAHI was established, yes.
And I assume you're aware of the basis upon which they were valued.
I am, yes.
Do you want to explain briefly your understanding of that at the
Yes.
time?
Yes. I provided some advice to New South Wales Treasury about that as part of my work around accounting standards. So the way that the state often values its infrastructure is with regard to what's called a replacement cost methodology. That replacement cost methodology looks at what would it cost to replace the service potential. When an entity is holding assets primarily for the purposes of service potential, there is no economic obsolescence factor applied to that. Once an agency then starts to or changes its economic use of those assets, it does need to include a level of economic obsolescence in that valuation. What you then end up with is a scenario where an entity that holds assets for the purposes of income generation or cash generation applies economic obsolescence under the cost approach, but equally it ends up with a valuation under cost that is pretty much the same as what would be the case if an entity moved to a discounted cash flow basis. Both of these are acceptable under the accounting standards. Both of these require the use of judgment, and both of those are appropriate in the circumstances. So the previous entity, Railcorp, was the holder of the assets and held them at a CRC basis or a cost approach that didn't take into account economic obsolescence. In this year, information has become available as a result of entering into commercial agreements with all customers, such that one, an economic obsolescence overlay can be applied, as well as a discounted cash flow analysis can be facilitated, and as a result, there has been a change in the asset values that have been recorded by the transport asset holding entity.
You've gone well beyond answering my question. My question was, at the commencement of TAHI, you're aware it was valued at about $38 to $40 billion based upon basically the cost of the assets as a service entity, about being able to help move people around the transport network. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct, Chair.
And then when it moved into TAHI, it was revalued upon what actual profit or income TAHI could squeeze out of the assets. That's effectively what it changed to.
Those would be your words. I would say that the accounting standards apply differently depending on the use of the assets.
Well, if you disagree with my characterisation, please let me know.
I do.
All right, on what basis?
I only have a view as to the valuation based on the requirements of the accounting standards.
Mm-hmm. At the time it was established, though, one of the key assumptions that you had from Treasury, and I'll just read it from page 12 at about point 3 on the page. New South Wales Treasury assumes that the existing measurement basis applied to TAHI's rail infrastructure assets will continue for the foreseeable future, That is, the replacement cost approach in relation to asset valuation is assumed to continue to apply to TAHI's whole asset base indefinitely from 1 July 2020, and consequential depreciation charges are assumed to reflect the impact of applying the cost approach to the measurement of assets. Do you accept that that was correct at the time you wrote it?
I do, Chair.
Well, far from being applied indefinitely, within the first 12 months, indeed the first 6 months of TAHI's operation, they radically changed the valuation basis and stripped $20 billion off their assets.
Yes, that is correct.
So that, do you now reflect upon that key assumption? Do you think it was an accurate assumption from Treasury that that would continue indefinitely?
If I had my time again and I was back then, that would be the exact same conclusion that I would draw, Chair. This is I suppose a nuance of the budgetary reporting frameworks. So one of the reasons
Did you say nuance, Ms Watson?
Yes.
A $20 billion write-down is a nuance. Is that really your evidence? A $20 billion
that's not my
write-down
evidence.
is a nuance.
That's not my evidence, and that's not what I said. My evidence is that the requirements of the accounting framework are nuanced.
Ms Watson, just on that though,
No, sorry,
point
Ms
of order.
Watson
Let
needs to
Ms
finish.
Watson finish.
Sorry, Ms Watson, you're explaining how the $20 billion write-down should be viewed as a nuance.
I'm explaining how the accounting standards are filled with nuances.
That-
So
Let her finish.
the budgetary reporting framework requires that we apply information that is available to hand. There was no information available to hand to accurately predict where any asset write-down might land. If there had been that information, it would have had to have been used by RailCorp in the measurement of its own assets. It is not appropriate for New South Wales Treasury to speculate and use information about what might happen in the future. The financial reporting framework does not allow them to do that. It needs to take into account the information that is available at the time. That information was not available. It was not possible to say that the valuation should have been 20, that the valuation should have been 30, that the valuation should have been 50. None of that information was available, and they have to use the information that is best available at the time. That was the existing carrying value, which had been accounted for in accordance with the accounting standards and signed off by the Auditor General at that date.
So a pending $20 billion write-down in the assets just slipped through the cracks because you didn't have any information. Are you saying at the time you authored this report, you had no idea that there would be such a radical write-down in the value of the state's rail assets as a result of this moving? Are you saying it caught you entirely by surprise?
No, not at all.
Where do I find it in the report? Any reference to it?
That wasn't part of my scope. My scope did not ask, do I think that in the future there may need to be a write-down? My scope was to consider whether or not the numbers at that point in time reflected the requirements of the financial and budgetary reporting frameworks, and I'm comfortable that they did. Come the state budget of 21-22, more information was available and the numbers were updated. It's only as a function of the information available. If that information had been available, it would have been booked in the accounts as well. The financial statements and the budgetary reporting framework were consistent, and the financial statements need to be consistent with the budgetary reporting framework, and the financial statements had been endorsed by those charged with governance and accepted by the Auditor General.
You see, Ms Watson, as I understand your evidence is, you were aware of this issue. You're aware, as I understand it, at the time you wrote this report, that when you changed, if there was a change in the asset valuation, there would be a radical write-down in the value of the state's transport assets. But you failed to include it in a document that goes as a cabinet submission. Do you think, in hindsight, that the New South Wales Cabinet should have been aware that there was going to be a $20 billion write-down, or something in the order of a $20 billion write-down, as a result of accepting the submission that KPMG put forward?
I provide my advice to New South Wales Treasury, and Treasury makes a decision about what information goes up to New South Wales Cabinet.
You never put that information in. It's not a question of Treasury not putting it forward, is it? You never even, on your evidence, you never even put it in.
In terms of my evidence is that I was engaged to consider whether or not the numbers that were being put forward were in accordance with the financial and budgetary reporting frameworks and followed all the conventions that are applied when preparing FIS tables, and that is what I did. If there is an issue around the process or conventions that are applied in the preparation of the state's numbers and information that goes up to Cabinet, that is not something for me to comment on.
Mr. Moore.
If it would assist the Chair, I might also draw the committee's attention to page 81 and 82 of the Transport for New South Wales report, where we outline the transition plan. And as you can imagine, as we're trying to bring together the complexity of the operating rail environment, looking forward to therefore understanding more fully what some of the financial implications are to advise transport, Treasury to then think about the treatment of those. We'll see under the statement of corporate intent and also under the confirmed key corporate structures, there's a range of references to further work being required in this space. Finalise balance sheet review, confirm asset valuation basis, depreciation, substance of fees, including accounting treatment, confirming accounting practice and rules to be applied beyond July 2020. So we've foreshadowed there in our advice to the Transport for New South Wales, which is one of the advisors in the Cabinet, noting my colleague Ms Watson's evidence that we provide advice into our agencies, who then advise Cabinet. You can see that we've very clearly outlined that there's obviously further considerations to be considered by Cabinet as a part of finalising its transition to TAHI.
Mr. Lowe, just on that though, I appreciate you drawing me reference to that particular report, but that report also says that it's inappropriate to prepare a financial model based if the assets are valued on an income approach. In fact, this just gets to the heart of why perhaps Cabinet is being misled or prone to being misled here as a result of KPMG's evidence, or reports, two reports. You have one report Mr. Lyons produces that explicitly rules out the use of an income approach as described by Ms Watson just then for the purposes of producing a financial model. And you have another piece of advice saying that, well, not even flagging that such a model would be used. Do you understand why perhaps Cabinet, who may not have had the time to read it to the level of nuance you suggest, might have expected KPMG to put this in headlights and say, hey, you know what? This could lead to a $20 billion write-down.
Thank you very much for the question, Mr Mookie. As the Transport for New South Wales report indicates, there are a range of scenarios that could lead to varying outcomes in that regard from a financial perspective. But our submission also our report also explicitly says on page 87 is this is not accounting advice. These other longer-term considerations to inform New South Wales Treasury will then seek fresh accounting advice on TAHI. So I think it's very important to understand the function of our activity in the two streams. Was on the Transport for New South Wales element is to further advance the operating model, as I mentioned before, not commenting on and providing advice around the actual accounting treatments, nor safety, which you might recall Mr Lyons spoke to last week, and then the possible scenarios for the long term, so that Transport can engage with government around understanding what that could mean as they move forward in the future operating environment.
Thank you, Mr Lowe.
The fiscal side, the FIS, was undertaken through the Treasury engagement by KPMG.
But Mr Lowe,
Treasury and other agencies.
Thank you, Mr Lowe.
But Mr Lowe, we just heard from Ms Watson, who was providing the advice to Treasury, that they never included that detail. So one part of KPMG knows you've got this monster revaluation coming down the road, apparently, and says it should be looked at. The other part of KPMG is providing the fiscal advice to Treasury, and neither of you mention a $20 billion write-down. You both knew it was happening. Neither of you mention it. How does that happen? Mr Lowe, I'll put to you. Mr Lowe,
Sorry.
how did that happen? How did it happen?
What happened?
How is it both parts of KPMG are aware there's some monster write-down happening of $20 billion? You flag it in your transport report. It's not even mentioned in the Treasury report. Cabinet makes a decision on it. And you, neither part of KPMG provide any sort of clear, credible advice on it. How did that happen?
I would contest that didn't happen. I would contest that KPMG delivered the scope to the two agencies to feed into this ultimate customer, which is New South Wales Government. There are specific questions under Ms Watson's engagement, which she has responded to and is best placed to respond further. I'm responding to the Transport for New South Wales engagement in my support with Mr Lyon, and they identified a range of issues that would need to be further considered. It's up to government's advisors, Treasury on fiscal and financial matters, to determine what the appropriate treatment and considerations could be here, and in terms of transport, to advise on can we make this work from an operating perspective. So I feel that both of our reports, and we've included no reference in our submission, and there's multiple correspondence between our senior leadership and the two secretaries at the time to confirm the differences between two pieces of advice.
You see, Mr. Lowe, what it seems to me is it's a hear no evil, see no evil, say no evil about this $20 billion write-down. And that's what happened. You're not asked the question, so you just close your eyes, shut your ears, close your mouth, and nothing is said about it. Is that what happened? You're saying it's Treasury's failures.
I don't
Is that it,
think
Mr. Lowe?
No, I don't believe that's an appropriate representation of what we were asked to do and what we discharged in terms of the scope of our engagement. We are not the advisors to Cabinet. We're the advisors to the two agencies, as I explained before. And there are many people. This issue has been before multiple agencies for a number of years, and most all parties are aware of the complexity that we're dealing with here. And ultimately, decisions then have to be made about how do you deal with these things in the accounting and budgetary extent. And I might defer to my colleague Ms. Watson if she wants to make any further observations.
We've got a lot of
Thank you, Mr. Lowe. I think it's important to note that no one could predict with any certainty what level of write-down, if any, was going to be required. There were a number of uncertainties at the time. Those were flagged in the report to Transport. Those uncertainties included what the accounting treatments would be in respect of the arrangements that TAHI was going to enter into with rail operators. There was a potential for the assets to be accounted for as leases, as service concession assets, or potentially property, plant and equipment. Each of those have got slightly different measurement bases, so we didn't even know how the accounts were going to present the assets, let alone what they were going to be measured as at that point in time. My work was to address how Treasury, or to consider how Treasury had addressed those uncertainties that existed at the time, and they had addressed them in a way that was consistent with the Australian accounting standards, which is what is required for the budgetary and financial reporting frameworks.
Mr. Fallon.
Thank you. Mr. Lowe, I just want to go back to this question. You were the second partner on the work for Transport for New South Wales. That's correct, isn't it? I think you're on mute, potentially.
My apologies. Yes, that is correct.
Thank you very much. Now, in terms of the section you raised with the committee, the transition plan, and the warnings in that section, and you said to the chair that it wasn't accounting advice, and that was made clear in the report. So, where did that advice come from then? In terms of how did you model that for that? In terms of the report and those issues with the transition plan. How, if it's not accounting advice, how was that modelled or come about to find itself in the report?
There was a requirement, obviously, to think through a range of different scenarios, so some bookend scenarios from a financial impact perspective, and so Brendan and the team put together some assumptions around how things could hypothetically be dealt with, some scenarios, which is what we refer to in our report, and they were used really to model some potential futures. So that would be kind of my response to the question.
And I take it from the evidence you gave before in terms of your opening statement, you don't have an accounting background. Mr. Lyon didn't have an accounting background, but Ms. Watson, of course, has an eminent accounting background that she's outlined to the committee. So taking that, was it the perspective that accounting advice should be sought from Ms. Watson, from a New South Wales government perspective and, of course, preferred by Treasury?
Very much the case, and in fact during the engagements it was agreed between relevant secretaries that such advice should be provided by Treasury and that Transport for New South Wales engagement that we had should focus on the operating and long-term financial impacts, and all fiscally related matters should be deferred to Treasury to advise government on, and Ms. Watson was running that engagement to look at the reasonableness of Treasury's assumptions in that regard.
Thank you.
So just thank you. But Ms. Watson, I appreciate that you're making the point that as of November, when you provided that submission to Cabinet, there was significant uncertainty. Is that fair?
About what?
About the accounting treatment of Transport Asset Holding Entity?
There was uncertainty about certain accounting treatments that would be applied to the assets, is what I said earlier.
Yes, there was uncertainty about that treatment, correct?
Yes, it was flagged in both in Mr. Lyon's report to
Yes.
Transport for New South Wales.
And at that point, you were not in no position to assess whether or not the actual operating arrangements that TAHI entered into would lead to a change in accounting assumptions. That's correct?
In November last year, we didn't know what the arrangements would be, and so it was impossible to speculate on what the accounting treatments would be.
Indeed. But see, Ms Watson, what I find extraordinary about this is that that's 6 months after the transport asset holding entity came into existence. So the inference of your evidence here is that the government commenced the transport asset holding entity, let it operate for 6 months without having any clue as to how it would be reflected in the state's accounts.
I wouldn't agree with that statement, Mr. Mookie.
Well, can you please tell me how we shouldn't reach that conclusion if you're saying to us that at the time that you provide that advice to Cabinet and you're in no position to forewarn them about a $20 billion write-down, what other inference can we draw other than the government commenced the transport asset holding entity without having any idea what it would be, what its impact would be on the state's accounts?
I can't speak for what the government did or did not know, Mr. Mookie. What I can say is that the TAHI reform has been long and complex, that it did commence with a transitional period in which all arrangements carried over for a 12-month period to enable the board to put in place other arrangements. I can also say is that in the modelling that was done using the model developed in 2017 and then further updated over 2018 and 19, from what I understand, was that various valuation work was also undertaken in the context of that engagement, and that valuation work showed that a write-down was likely.
But the government knew that there was a likely write-down if they commenced the transport asset holding entity to the tune of $20 billion.
I'm not across what advice was provided to government as a result of the work that KPMG undertook in 2017 and 18, Mr. Mookie. All I can talk to is the work that was done, and so that most stakeholders involved, Transport and Treasury, were well aware that a write-down was a potentiality, but that the information was not yet available to determine that with any degree of reliability that could be reflected in the state's budget.
Okay, I appreciate that, Ms Watson.
But sorry, Ms Watson, I'm just bemused that at no point in your November submission, if you said everyone was aware of a write-down, do you say anywhere that there's a write-down coming? Was it just they didn't ask you the question? Is that what you're telling us?
It is our role to deliver on the scope that is agreed with the client. In this instance was New South Wales Treasury. New South Wales Treasury said, would you please look at our assumptions and identify whether or not they are consistent and prepared in accordance with the financial and budgetary reporting frameworks. The financial and budgetary reporting frameworks do not require the disclosure in the state budget of risks and sensitivities around asset values.
Well, of course, we're not talking about the budget. We're talking about a decision made by Cabinet. And we're back to this hear no evil, see no evil, speak no evil, aren't we, on this point? The massive write-down is just not anywhere.
These would be your words, Chair.
Indeed they are.
I think it's fair to say that KPMG provides advice to its clients. It is not our role to provide advice directly to government. Ultimately, the advice that goes to government can take into account our own advice, but it is not our advice.
Mr Lowe, I just want to return to the emails.
Well, just on that point, before we get to that, Mr Lowe seemed to want to contribute to that question.
I just wanted to just clarify with the Chair. You made a comment about hear no evil, see no evil. I think when you look at, and you will have done this extensively at our Transport for New South Wales report, we outlined various assumptions that indicated there could be, over a longer period of time, some challenges depending on the methodology adopted around the consideration of asset value. So it was flagged now, and our advisement was not for our transport or ourselves to advise what the treatment of that should be going forward.
That's
that KPMG hadn't identified some various scenarios. I just want to make sure that I was clear on the record around that.
And that's that inscrutable reference at page 81 you referred to before, Mr Lowe. Is that right?
There's various other, there's that, and there's various other modelling. There's some stuff up the front end of the document as well. So yes, but clearly further work would be required in that regard.
Mr Mookie.
Mr Lowe, can we just return to the emails we were discussing before, the KPMG emails Cabinet submission? I drew your attention to the email in which Ms Wilkinson says Treasury never modelled it prior to never modelled it as of June 2020. Do you mind just turning to page 6 of that, if you can?
Page 6 of the emails?
Yeah, page 6 of the KPMG emails, yep. Just starting at the bottom of the page.
Yeah, let's see, so 1.5, scrolling. Okay, yeah.
Just bottom of the page, starting at page 6. You you can see Mr Lyons' response to Ms Wilkinson after Mr Lyons is told that Treasury never modelled this. He goes, "Okay, thanks, I note it wasn't modelled. Could you provide the workings or arithmetic of the basis for the numbers in June?" Do you see that?
I'm just,
Highlighted for you. It should be there.
yeah, on a limited circulation basis, is this, I'm sorry to ask this stuff, this is from 518, before 518 and before that time?
The email's at 5:15. Great. You got that?
Sorry, Mr. Wilkie.
Yep, that's okay. Thank you. Don't worry, I understand this is a bit awkward. But it says, "Okay, thanks. I note it wasn't modelled. Could you provide the workings or arithmetic basis of the numbers in June?" And then you can see up above, Mr Lyons forwards this to a Mr Linkay, a Mr Heathcote and you. And he goes, "This is good. Treasury have admitted it was not modelled," which is handy. Do you recall what your reaction was when you were told Treasury didn't model this?
No, I don't recall my reaction, Mr. Wilkie.
That's okay. If we can just now move forward to page 9. Now, just page 9, which is an email from Mr Lyons to the Deputy Secretary of Transport as of Tuesday, 8 September 2020.
Sorry. Can you give me a time? Sorry. It's just a manual control on this.
So it's 7:22 a.m. 8 September 2020, 7:22 a.m. It's highlighted on page 9. I'll just read you the relevant section. It goes, Mr Lyon emails Ms Trussell, who is the Deputy Secretary at Transport, and I believe your client, the actual client who's responsible for the report that you and Mr Lyons are working on. He goes, "On the cab sub, the Treasury June numbers appear to have no basis, which is interesting, hence the discussion yesterday about where they came from. We suspect it was inspired by the model, but we are finding it very hard to replicate the numbers they had." Did Mr Lyons tell you that they were struggling to replicate the numbers that Treasury had produced?
I don't know if you used those words, Mr Wilkie, but we were trying to construct some alternate scenarios to support Transport for New South Wales understanding, and so we're trying to put together a model which responded to that stakeholders' needs, put their assumptions into the long-term financial model that Mr Lyon and his team had developed. So it's quite possible, it's quite possible he was asking the question, but definitely we're trying to work with traders, lots of to and fro this time about what the appropriate assumptions would be in the model to make sure that stakeholders' views were reflected as best as we could in the advice to Transport.
Yeah, and he concludes the email by going, "We will need to update our strategy a bit, and it might be time for Rod to get ready for a chat with the Treasury Secretary and you with San, but let's chat." Did Mr Lyons inform you that he thought it was necessary for Mr Staples, who I think that's the reference to have a chat with the Treasury Secretary about the absence of numbers in the Cabinet submission?
I can't make a response on that issue, but what I can, because I can't recall, I don't know. But obviously there was a lot of dialogue that was required between these two agencies as they wrestled with how to bring this consideration forward to Cabinet. So it's quite possible and probable that we would be encouraging conversation between the two agencies at the highest level to ensure that appropriate conversations being had about direction for us in terms of completing our work and or other considerations by Treasury.
Thank you. If you can just now move forward a page to page 10, which commences with an email from a Mr. David Russell, or Dave Russell, to Brendan Lyon, CC Jessie Huey, I think. Apologies to her, well, Miss Huey, if I mispronounced her name, as well. Do you have that? Can you see that?
I do have that.
So Mr. Lyons obtains the arithmetic that Treasury based its numbers on. And I think he forwards it to these individuals, who I think are members of his team from his opening statement that he provided last week. This is what Mr. Russell, not Mr. Lyons, says. This is what Mr. Russell says. "This is not what is reflected in the June Cabinet submission, right, Jesse? Question mark. Seems that they only reflect the equity injection benefit in that." Then he goes on to say, "This is a gross misguidance to the overall impact of the Transport asset holding entity." Do you see that?
See that?
Can you go forward a page to page 11? And this is an email from Miss Huey to Mr. Russell and to Mr. Lyon. Start from the bottom on page 11. Miss Huey replies to Mr. Russell and Mr. Lyon, I think the June Cabinet submission was presented in a very convoluted way, as they only put the equity injection numbers in the table and said this is the impact. There is a dot point further down in the Word doc which explains the depreciation impact as Sarge has put in the table in the email. That's it. Going up, Mr. Russell replies, yep, and if we are reconciling, it ignores the large subsidies required for access licence fees that have a negative impact on the budget. Then go up, and then you see Miss Huey replies, correct, they've only done a TAHI as a general government sector versus TAHI pre-30 June scenario. We've done transport asset holding as general government sector versus TAHI as a commercial SOC, which bear in mind, at 9 September 2020, it was a commercial SOC. Why wasn't this put in headlights to Transport or Treasury, and with KPMG saying, we think that the June Cabinet submission was convoluted, we think it ignores large subsidies, and we think there is a gross misguidance to the overall impact of TAHI. Mr. Lowe.
So the question to me is, why didn't we raise this?
Well, the question is that these emails seem to reveal that your own staff very quickly came to understand that the June Cabinet submission that was brought by the Treasurer and led to the establishment of the Transport Asset Holding Entity, according to your own staff, was a gross misguidance, equally very convoluted, ignored large subsidies, and modelled the wrong scenario. Why wasn't KPMG screaming blue murder about the fact that the New South Wales government was misled?
We were engaged, as Mr. Mookie would know, to look at the long-term financial scenarios. To do that, we were constructing a range of alternative views. Brendan, obviously, on receiving that advice, I'm assuming would then look to how do we construct, what scenarios would be relevant to advise the government on, and that was what was contained in our 8th of November report. But I might defer to Ms. Watson, who will have a deeper technical appreciation.
No, before we do, I'm happy to hear from Ms. Watson in a minute, but I haven't completed with you, Mr. Lowe. Have you completed your answer?
Yes, I have, Mr. Mookie.
So, Mr. Lowe, is the reason why you weren't telling the Transport Department about the errors in Treasury's modelling was because throughout this process, you were deferring heavily to the Treasury and the Treasury Secretary in the production of your advice to Transport?
I would absolutely categorically refute that claim. I had no contact with Mr. Pratt or anyone else in Treasury around specifics of our advice. We're delivering the scope within Transport for New South Wales engagement, which was to look at the operating model, as you know, and the long-term financial impact, and we did that through a scenario approach. I have no view about the comment that you made there. I was focused solely on supporting Brendan and our team, delivering to the scope of the Transport for New South Wales engagement, and that's what we did.
And just quickly on this point, Ms. Watson, you were engaged by Treasury. We've heard already that there were 10 to 20 specific document changes that were requested by Treasury. Did you or KPMG make any changes to your reports at the request of Treasury?
That report remained under the purview of Mr. Lyon, Mr. Farlow, and it is my understanding that there were no such changes made to the report.
Mr. Farlow.
Sorry, Ms. Boyd, I think, just as...
Mr. Lowe, do you have anything to add to that?
Well, it might be appropriate for me to add to that. I can confirm that there were no changes to the 8th of November report, bar a minor change, which the report was reissued on the 9th of November to a table labelling matter, but there was no direct changes to that report as a consequence of further engagement with Treasury.
Thank you.
I'm going to put a proposition to you, Ms. Watson, and I'd like you to let me know if you agree with it. It looks to all the world like Treasury decided that they wanted this to have nil impact, for this structure to have nil impact, which is what we have in this executive summary from your report. Is it the case that Treasury expected KPMG to act as a rubber stamp?
No, that's not the case, Ms Boyd.
Mr. Lowe, I'm just going to move now on to another issue. If you don't mind turning to the document, emails that's been emailed to you referred to as KPMG email 006 maintenance.
Just pulling that up now. So Exhibit 162 is the first one of those.
Yes, it is. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
As the part of the Treasury's, as part of your engagement by Transport to develop an operating model, you were required to provide advice around the allocation of certain functions, correct?
That is correct.
And it was your job to provide advice as to which of the entities, be it Transport for New South Wales, the Transport Asset Holding Entity, and the Sydney Trains or New South Wales Trains bore which responsibilities under rail law, correct?
That is correct.
And one of those responsibilities that was your job to advise on was around the allocation of who is responsible for undertaking and funding maintenance of the state's rail assets, correct?
That's correct.
And that led to a dispute or a difference of opinion between Treasury and the Transport Asset Holding Entity. Is that correct?
There was various discussions around, yes, what the most appropriate, from recollection, the most appropriate model to fulfil safety obligations was going forward.
And it was,
as well as the investment.
and it was your job to reconcile these difference of views, correct? As part of your work? Or at least come to a common understanding?
Mr. Brendan and his team's role was to try and identify, or to work through and identify what the appropriate race C arrangement would be, responsibilities for discharging those activities.
You just have to say, give us the full name for RACI, because it's just for Hansard, Mr. Lowe.
Maybe I'll just describe it as a framework used for looking at accountability, so responsibility, consultation, implementation, and accountability.
Thank you. And this dispute between Treasury and TAHI about who was responsible for maintenance was occurring in September last year, is that correct?
That's what the emails would indicate, that's correct.
Okay, let me just go down to the emails. The very first, you're starting on page 162, which is the end of an email chain that commences on page 6. So you might want to turn to page 6 or 157 at the top.
Yep, I've got that.
Okay, you see there that at the bottom there, there's Mr. Nick Hudson from KPMG is emailing to Ms. Wilkinson a file note that I think allocates, at that point, a preliminary view as to who is responsible for what when it comes to, amongst other things, maintenance. And if you go, and Mr. Hudson asks for people from TAHI, Transport and Treasury to provide them with their views. If you go forward to page 5, or forward one page to the page that says 158. That's okay.
Yes?
Yep. And you can see there is the first Treasury response, which comes from the Associate Director of Infrastructure Strategy and TAHI from the Policy and Budget Group. He goes, Mr. Midha has provided our initial views on this document and will provide a more detailed response by close of business Monday, given our other priorities. And then if you go up, you can see that amongst other things that is asked for is some clarification as to the maintenance issues. The key point goes on to page 4 on 159. And if you just scroll up to the top of page 4, you'll see there's a highlighted section there. Mr. Lowe, are you with me?
Yes, point 2.
Yeah. And you can see that this is a reply from the Treasury official who's identified as the Infrastructure Director. Sorry, the Infrastructure Strategy Director. He goes at dot point 2. A few dot points from us on how we believe the maintenance funding is to work, which has always been consistent with our understanding of the second reading speech. The Treasury provides its view on the maintenance. And Mr. Hudson, or actually as it turns out, it was Mr. Lyons emailing from Mr. Hudson's email address, replies. He goes, I don't quite understand the point you are making on maintenance. Do you mean TAHI is accountable for maintaining its asset, including funding maintenance, or ST or Sydney Trains is accountable for maintaining the assets in line with TAHI's requirements, but that this is funded directly by the budget ERC and not by TAHI or Transport for New South Wales? You see that?
Yes.
So Treasury clearly has a view that it's TAHI's job, and you can see that on page 2, where the relevant Treasury official replies, clear as day, on Tuesday the 15th of September 2020. Hi Brendan, TAHI is accountable as the asset owner and manager and will need to discharge this responsibility to the operators through its chosen agreements. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then Mr. Lyon replies, goes, excellent, thanks Sarge, thank you. We would adjust the RACI to have capital and operating maintenance funding from TAHI to the operators. You see that?
Yes.
Then go forward to the very first page. And Mr. Crimp from the Transport Asset Holding Entity goes, Brendan, this is not TAHI's position. The discussion yesterday was that funding for maintenance, both APEX and CAPEX, would go direct to the operators from Transport for New South Wales or Treasury. Therefore, maintenance funding is still an open matter from TAHI's perspectives. You see that?
Yep.
And then Mr. Lyon forwards you this email change. Mr. Lowe, as of, you get it at 11:27 a.m. with Mr. Heath, with a variety of senior partners at KPMG. He goes, this is good. It's finally been revealed that there is a fight between TAHI and Treasury of the operating model. This is a big issue and now out in the open. So to be very clear, Mr. Lowe, what did you do in response to receiving this email?
I wouldn't have responded in any way directly around it. I would have continued my support to Brendan. We've talked about many issues many times around the operating model arrangement. I'm not aware what my response would have been, whether it's a formal response or not, Mr. Mookie, but I'm sure we would have talked about it because it became a focus of discussion and workshopping between the three entities as they tried to iron out what is the appropriate arrangements in place to make sure that safety and other requirements can be met. Although we're not required and weren't in place to provide safety advice, we need to understand some of the safety considerations, the further consideration by the rail safety group within Transport for New South Wales, and then ultimately the National Safety Rail Regulator around the operating arrangements.
Well, I appreciate that, Mr. Lowe, but see, what I find utterly extraordinary about this entire interchange is that we're 2 months into the operation of this entity. Tens of thousands of people are using these assets every single day, and it is clear that KPMG knew at least that the government had absolutely no idea who was responsible for maintenance of rail safety. I mean, again, isn't it? At any point, did anybody suggest from KPMG or otherwise that that's actually a real safety risk when you don't know who's actually responsible for maintenance months into the operation of this organisation?
Mr. Mookie, maybe you're not aware of the implementation deed that existed and the way that the operating licence was structured for the first 12 months of TAHI's operations.
Well,
Under those arrangements, the existing responsibilities remained, and so there was clarity about who was doing what.
Well, to be fair, Ms. Watson, I might not be aware of that, but it's equally clear that neither was Treasury, neither was TAHI, and neither was Transport. Because
All
that's what
parties
Transport
were
is saying,
aware.
Ms. Watson. This is what these emails are saying, is that at this point, Treasury was telling TAHI it was responsible for something, as you rightly point out, Ms. Watson. The operating licence said they were not.
What these emails are talking about is what the future arrangements might be, not what the current arrangements were, Mr. Mookie.
Well, to be fair, at one point, if you turn to page...
So could I, Mr.
Yeah,
Mookie,
please, Mr. Lowe.
Just want to help clarify for the committee's understanding. Going to Ms. Watson's point, if you turn to page 80 of KPMG's report to Transport for New South Wales, it says, for clarity, the long-term operating model assumes the current operating licence arrangements remains in force until July 2021. A review of the operating licence will be commissioned by the Minister of Transport in and around January 2021. A new operating licence from July 21 is to be in place, and phased implementation of functions will occur on the regulated and non-regulated assets to mitigate operational and safety risks. So this process was about transitioning from a current arrangement to what should exist in the new arrangement and the new model. So it was very appropriate for the agencies involved to work through what is the appropriate treatment beyond the July to 2021 timeframe.
Okay, I accept your view, Mr. Lowe, but
Mr. Mookie.
Will be provided on the 8th of November 2020.
I accept
Final
your view,
question,
Mr.
then we'll
Lowe.
move to Ms. Boyd.
But going forward to page 8, which takes place, on page 8, which is again an email from Mr. Lyon to Mr. Linkay to Mr. Heathcote and to you. It then goes on to say, the safety people are having a meltdown post their comments with a current view that Treasury's current position completely repeats pink bats. I'd not thought of that, as I always revert to rail parameters, but it shows the complexity. It also shows the highly shiftable positions of Treasury. The latest plan is that Cabinet's ERC approves the level of maintenance. Why was Treasury having any input whatsoever into this if it was as clear as possible? And why were you entertaining Treasury's submissions about who is responsible for rail maintenance, given that they were not your client?
So in Mr. Lyon preparing the November report, our task was to work to a working group across government stakeholders. That included TAHI, that included the Transport Agency, and it included Treasury officers. As in many emails you cited, they indicate that we were working across parts of government to bring them together to best understand and recommend how best to go forward. So from our perspective, we were coordinating those inputs and working through what the appropriate arrangements would be post July 2021 when the current operating arrangements would cease.
Well, Mr. Lowe, just
Sorry,
finally.
sorry, Mr. Mookie.
But just finally, because it's directly for Mr. Lowe, on page 13, you do reply to this controversy. You actually do take a position here. On Wednesday, 30th of September, you go, thanks, agreed. This maintenance position has been oscillating for the past 4 weeks particularly. It'll be an important matter for the Office of National ONSA, which I think is a safety authority too, given the maintenance versus safety balance. And Mr. Lyon replies, yep, same one, maintenance is unresolved because anyone from Transport Land knows this is madness. Like, Mr. Lowe, you did have knowledge of this entire dispute, and you're the ones who drew attention to the issue as it affects rail safety. Did that not occur to you that maybe you should have been raising this with the Transport Department?
Can I clarify what the question is, Chair, for Mr. Mookie?
Yeah, given you knew about the oscillating nature of this contest for 4 weeks, which goes to October, which is 3 months after this organisation came into being, surely at some point did it not occur to you directly that maybe someone should be telling Transport that this is a serious issue that requires urgent resolution?
That was very much what was happening, Mr. Mookie. There was dialogue and debate happening right throughout this process. Mr. Lyon's role was to enable that conversation and to make a landing recommendation. And in our report, 2 things I would say to you. Firstly, there is no definitive safety advice. We are very clear with multiple reference points in our report that we are not providing a safety opinion. Our role was to draw together safety considerations. And in providing our final report, we sought advice from the independent rail safety division within TFNSW on the arrangements for TAHI, which are contained in our report in terms of matter transmitted from that division to ourselves. And we also note that these matters require further consideration by the appropriate regulators. So I dismiss any sense or any suggestion that we were not open to this issue. This goes to the centre of getting the right arrangements in place, and that Brendan's job and our team's job was to push through and help government get a landing, to then support the consideration by government about the appropriate arrangements to take forward after July 2021.
All right, I'm now going to hand over the question into Ms. Boyd.
Thank you. Ms. Watson, were you brought in to fix TAHI?
I don't understand your question, Ms. Boyd. Could you elaborate?
There seems to be from the, if I could take you to the tab KPMG emails 010 Treasury. Tab 5. Thank you, Mr. Mookie. This is an email from Brendan Lyon, dated 5th of August, 3:59.
Excuse me, Ms. Boyd, which number?
Sorry, we're on page 2. So that's number 71. Just down the bottom there, when he talks about the key points, he says, D, KPMG has been unremittingly confident that the accounting positions will, quote, work and could, quote, fix TAHI. Was KPMG's reputation on the line if the accounting or if the report from Mr. Lyon was basically stood as it was?
You asked me a question about the email, Ms. Boyd, or
I'm
asked me a question
asking you-
about his report, or
I will ask you again. He's talking there about KPMG being confident that they can fix TAHI, which I assume is a reference to the accounting not working. Were you brought in to fix the situation after Mr. Lyon's work on this matter?
Well, Ms Watson was brought in before Mr
I
Lyon.
was engaged by New South Wales Treasury in February 2020 to consider TAHI implementation arrangements.
In C, just above, it says, it appears James Hunter and Heather Watson jointly pitched the initial conflicting CFOA work via the Treasury Secretary. So that's the work beforehand.
James Hunter and Heather Watson jointly pitched nothing to Mike Pratt.
So you're saying that's incorrect?
I'm saying that that is incorrect, yes.
Okay. So what would have been the result for KPMG had the accounting not worked as you had said it would in 2017?
I didn't say accounting would work in 2017. In 2017, we had a large-scale engagement that included the development of a financial model, and we articulated in many different reports over that period about the various accounting issues that needed to be resolved, but we didn't have any definitive conclusions because we didn't have a crystal ball and an ability to predict what the arrangements would look like.
Could I take you to page 18 of that tab? This is an email again from Brendan Lyon to David Heathcote and others, including Mr. Lowe. He says, in that top line there, quote, that the reason Treasury went mental appears to be that Mike Pratt was indeed told it was a high priority for him to fix TAHI in the meeting with the Premier. What do you think he's referring to when he talks about fixing TAHI?
I couldn't comment, Ms. Boyd. This is the first time I've seen this email, and I'd like to consider the broader context in which it was written before I formed any conclusions.
Thank you. Mr. Lowe, you were a recipient of that email. What do you think Mr. Lyon was referring to when he says Mike Pratt was told it was a high priority for him to fix TAHI?
Well, as members of the committee would know, there was deep and heated discussion between the various agencies during the course of 2020 as they came together to implement decisions of government and to stand up the entity. Mr. Lyon, as you all know and would experience, has a very colourful language. He could have meant anything by that. But in terms of what the focus was really to make sure that we were supporting the two agencies through the two engagements to provide advice to government where to go to next with TAHI.
And when he says below that, quote, I'm told Premier was not negative on transport or me, we were not even raised, but rather I understand she raised questions about Treasury's professionalism, end quote. Did you discuss that separately with Mr. Lyon?
Is that directed towards myself?
Yes, sorry, it is. Yes.
So, and I had many conversations during the course of the engagement. So he may have mentioned that to me, but he wasn't in the meeting. So I just made that point.
So in your response to that email, the email I mentioned before, where we talk about Mike Pratt was indeed told it was a high priority, you respond and you say thanks for the update, and at the end you say, sorry, I assume they'll also need to discuss the extent of financial model outputs reflected in the final cab sub. I suggest this as it may be circuit breaker, as I can imagine we'll get another round of challenges with Mike Pratt once San briefs him. What do you mean by challenges with Mike Pratt?
So at the time of this arrangement, there was much discussion happening between the agencies around how to respond to and how to fulfil the original cabinet submission. We had ourselves finalising with Brendan, obviously, he's a second partner, finalising the Transport for New South Wales report. As you well know from the correspondence, Treasury weren't fully happy with that report. Our client, Transport for New South Wales, ultimately was happy with the report and we delivered within the scope. So it's reflective, I think, of the wider debate that was happening within government at the time to land this and get the operating model right and bring it in, be able to bring the advice into government to allow them to make a decision.
A final question, Mr. Lowe. In your view, given, and I assume you have at least glanced through the emails that were given to us by Mr. Lyon last week, in your view, was Mr. Pratt acting professionally and ethically in relation to the work you were doing for Transport for New South Wales?
Mr. Pratt was, I guess, making some representations to KPMG following earlier discussions between his staff members and others. It was very direct conversation. I don't have a view about whether it was ethical or unprofessional. I just make the comment that it was direct conversation or direct engagement matters.
Mr. Lowe, you referenced page, I think, 81 of the KPMG report for transport earlier. Could I ask you to have a look at page Roman, I think it's Roman 13. And you'll see about halfway down it says detailed modelling results. Have you got that in front of you, Mr. Lowe?
Yes, I do,
Yeah.
Mr. Shoebridge.
Yeah. What the detailed modelling results show is a vast discrepancy between the modelling done by KPMG in terms of the impact on the forward estimates and Treasury. Would you agree with that?
It shows some possible scenarios that might occur before any accountant treatments are considered that would be applied to the forward estimates, but it does include a range of scenarios of potential outcomes. Yes, Mr. Shoebridge.
Well, what it says is, importantly, the detailed model shows a significant erosion in the net fiscal benefits offered by TAHI over the forward estimates and the 10-year evaluation period. Do you see that?
I do see that, yes.
Yeah. And you recall I was asking Ms. Watson about the Treasury summary, which was adopted and endorsed by KPMG, which showed no impact on the forward estimates. Do you recall that line of questioning?
I do.
Yes. So Treasury says no fiscal impacts. You accept that?
That's what Treasury's the document says.
Yeah.
Correct.
And this report says multiple billion-dollar negative impacts, doesn't it?
Yes, it does foreshadow that under a potential scenario.
And indeed shows a discrepancy of something in the order of $7.2 billion, a negative discrepancy, doesn't it, between the KPMG forward estimates over 4 years and Treasury's.
What it shows, Mr. Shoebridge, is a possible range which has a large gap which you just described, but to compare the two would not be appropriate as per our submission and also the extensive correspondence been issued to the committee, in that the Treasury outcomes are after consideration of appropriate government accounting standards and budgetary frameworks. This piece of work did not contemplate that. I was very clear it did not apply them. It mentioned various stages within, so it would be erroneous to compare them as the same outcome. That shows the potential scenarios, the full consideration of treatments are undertaken.
So one says no net fiscal impact, that's Treasury, and the other one says something in the order of a $7 billion negative over the same 4-year estimates. And your assertion, and it was, to be clear, the assertion your firm gave to the New South Wales government is that there's no inconsistency, there's no conflict there. Do you stand by that position, Mr. Lowe?
I don't see a conflict in the numbers, so I do stand by that position, yes. And the firm does too, in terms of our reports being signed off as being acceptable within the scope by both our agencies supporting the New South Wales government.
You see, I've seen some extraordinary propositions in my time, watching the New South Wales government and the various consultants it hires, but I've never seen a consulting firm say to one part of government, there'll be a negative $7 billion impact. To another part of government, say there'll be no net fiscal impact, and then assert, as your firm does, these two things are consistent and there's no conflict. I've seen some extraordinary things in my time, but never as extraordinary as this, Mr. Lowe. How do you explain it?
So, Mr. Shoebridge, as I mentioned before, we are engaged by two agencies. Our ultimately client is the New South Wales government. We were asked a very specific set of questions within the transport environment, some possible scenarios. We identified there are some, significant considerations at an operational level and some implications at a financial level going forward. That advice was then considered by Treasury, obviously, in terms of providing some further advice to government, and they, as the government's advisors around financial and commercial matters, would apply, as they would in any government, appropriate government accounting standards to to the assumptions that underpin the budget and the FIS. So I don't see that they're inconsistent. They were two separate pieces of work. We are not the ultimate advisors to government. We advise to agencies, up to government agencies, then to consider that advice and make appropriate recommendations to their political masters in cabinet. So I'm very comfortable, as is the firm, that we fulfilled these two scopes, and there is no conflict. The issues are challenging, yes, I acknowledge that. They are very complex, and this committee's hearings have identified that as the case. But I do refute the claim that I do refute any assertion that we were behaving unprofessionally or improperly.
You see, Ms. Watson, what your firm had done was take two clients who had quite distinct interests, Treasury wanting the financial outcome that you were backing them in on, and Transport having a separate analysis showing the safety and the financial concerns. Your firm had an irremediable conflict between these two clients. And then it was your job, and Mr. Heathcote's job, wasn't it, to just paper over the conflict and pretend nothing to see. That's ultimately what happened.
I would reject that characterisation of events.
Do you have any regrets? Do you have any regrets as a firm for having taken two clients with such an irremediable set of conflicts between them? Do you have any regrets at all?
As my colleague Mr. Lowe said, we've provided advice to two parts of government, two different sectors across the New South Wales government. Those two sectors have a role to play in the establishment of TAHI. Often when you have a tricky problem to solve, you can get different perspectives along the way. And we believe that when you've got different perspectives to solve a problem, you're going to get better outcomes. So we wouldn't step away from the advice at all. And we would probably step in similarly in the future. But I think it is fair to say that the perception of conflict has clearly been raised for us, and as our submission talks to, we have done a number of reviews and implemented some changes.
But the consequences of getting this wrong are so huge. I hear what you're saying about, there's this different accounting, there was different scope of work, but whether or not we have a $7 billion hit to the budget or not really matters to the people of the state. Weren't you at all interested in making sure that as a firm you were providing the most prudent advice to the government?
Our advice is good advice to the New South Wales government.
Which bit? The one that says no financial impact or the one that says a $7 billion hit? Which bit's the good advice? Which should we take next time?
I think Mr. Lowe's trying to answer.
Which bit should we take next time? The one that says backs in Treasury and says no financial impact, or the one that backs in Transport and says multi-billion-dollar negative impact? Which is the good advice, Mr. Lowe?
They are both
Mr.
good
Lowe,
advice,
which is the good advice?
Yeah.
The advice, Mr. Hugh, is consistent with the scope asked. If we were asked other questions, then we would respond to other questions. But these are questions you need to put to government agencies around how they're framing the advice to the government. We had very deliberate scope here, and we delivered against both scopes. As going to Ms. Watson's comments before, when there was a perceived issue of conflict, we created a conflict oversight committee to help us work through these issues to make sure we were meeting the obligations going to Ms. Boyd's point of view, and make sure we've got our best team. Ms. Watson is an expert in her area. Mr. Lyle is an expert in his area around public policy and infrastructure. Ms. Watson in the area of government accounting and application of budgetary frameworks. We put the best team on both of these to make sure that we provide the right and accurate advice to New South Wales government agencies, who then can consider what this means in advising government about decisions on this important issue.
Well, Ms. Watson, you need to be one hell of an expert, don't you, to say one report that says no net impact and another report that says a $7 billion negative hit has no conflict. You'd need to be one hell of an expert to explain that, wouldn't you, Ms. Watson? And do you stand by your position that there's no conflict between one report saying no impact, the other report saying a $7 billion hit to the budget? You stand by your position that there's no conflict. Is that your evidence?
I do, Chair. One was a set of scenarios based on hypothetical future decisions that had yet to be made. that are within the government's control. The other was based on the financial and budgetary reporting frameworks.
Ms Watson, how much has the New South Wales Treasury provided in fees to your firm over the last 5 financial years?
I would have to take that question on notice.
It was one hell of a client, wasn't it?
No. In actual fact, I think that we probably get less fee revenue from New South Wales Treasury than we do from a range of other government agency clients.
Ms Watson, you said you were retained by Treasury in February 2020. Did I hear you correctly on that?
That is correct.
And at the same time, you were assisting Mr. Lyons for Transport in production of the operational and accounting advice report, as you say in your submission, correct?
I worked with Mr. Lyon during the months of April and May.
Did you ever tell Mr. Staples...
They were engaged by Treasury before Mr. Lyon was engaged.
Yes, but
before
That is correct.
did you ever tell, or did KPMG ever tell Mr. Staples that when they had retained you and Mr. Lyons, you were already working for Treasury?
I can't vouch for what was said to Mr. Staples by various other parties. What I can say is that at the kick-off meeting for the work in April, I was there, Treasury was there, Transport was there. Transport was aware that I was undertaking work for New South Wales Treasury. I had met with the Director of Statutory Reporting in February. I had met with their Deputy Secretary Corporate Services and CFO at the beginning of April. All stakeholders from February onwards across Transport and Treasury have been aware of my role with New South Wales Treasury.
No doubt, but you had an obligation to proactively declare your conflict to Transport, which neither you nor KPMG did. That's correct.
What was this conflict, Mr. Mookie?
The fact that you were simultaneously providing advice to Treasury on TAHI, at the same time Transport had retained you to assist them with the operating and...
Transport had retained Mr. Lyon. Mr. Lyon requested that I assist him on an accounting work stream. That accounting work stream included questions such as what would be the impact of new accounting standards on at 1 July. That was work that I was already doing for New South Wales Treasury, and it made sense for all parties that we would then, rather than charge 2 different agencies for the same advice twice, that we would provide the same single set of advice to the 2 parties.
But
Mr.
you
Mookie,
never...
that'll have your last question. This last question.
I accept that, but my question was, you never declared that conflict to Mr. Staples or Transport at the time that he had engaged your firm to assist him, and you should have, shouldn't you?
I don't believe that there was a conflict. I can say that I went through all our risk management processes, which include consideration of conflicts of interest, and there were none to report.
Did Mr. Lyons...
sorry, we're going to have to... Mr Mookie, we will have to finish up.
Last one. Did Mr. Lyons know at the time that he had asked you to assist him, that you were also, at this point, retained by Treasury?
Of course Mr. Lyon knew. I spoke to Mr. Lyon about my work with New South Wales Treasury in February.
All right. Ms Watson and Mr Lowe, thank you both for your assistance today. I think you did take a number of questions on notice. The Secretariat will assist you with identifying with clarity what those questions are, and I just remind you, you have 21 days in which to provide those answers. Thank you both for your assistance today. We will have a short break and resume the hearing at 11:30. welcome back to the Public Accountability Committee's ongoing hearing into the Transport Asset Holding Entity. I'd now like to welcome our next witness, Mr. Rod Staples. Mr. Staples, as you're appearing under summons, I do draw your attention to paragraph 12B of the Procedural Fairness Resolution of the House that states that witnesses appearing under summons may be required to answer questions if the committee so decides, and failure to do so may constitute a contempt of Parliament under Section 11 of the Parliamentary Evidence Act 1901. But I'm not expecting we will rush to that point at any point, Mr. Staples, and we are grateful for your cooperation and your attendance today. We really do appreciate the time you take out. And can I say at the outset, we appreciated the work you've done for the people of New South Wales in your roles. So with that, could I ask you to please state your name and your position title, and then take either an oath or an affirmation. A copy should be in front of you.
My name is Rod Andrew Staples. I'm attending today as a private citizen and formerly as the Secretary of Transport here in New South Wales.
Thanks, Mr. Staples. There is an opportunity now, if you wish to take it, to make a brief... Oh, sorry.
Oath. Yep.
Could you take either an oath? There's an opportunity now to take either an oath or an affirmation.
Thank you. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thanks very much. If you'd like to make a brief opening statement, now's the opportunity, Mr. Staples.
Good morning and thank you, Chair. I want to begin by acknowledging the committee terms of reference and its powers, including the power it has exercised to summon me here today as a witness to this hearing. I understand that I sit here on the basis that I was the custodian of the Secretary of Transport role here in New South Wales between 2017 and February of this year, and the Director of the Transport Asset Holding Entity, or TAHI as I'll refer to it from here, from 1 July 2020 until February of this year. While I've recently started working again in a role outside of government, I appear here today as a private citizen. What I say cannot be interpreted as a view of the firm that I have joined. However, I thank them for affording me the time to attend today and for their support in the principle of parliamentary scrutiny. My assistance is limited by the fact that the original government policy decision to establish TAHI and the legislation that enabled it all occurred before I became Secretary. At that time, I headed the Sydney Metro program of work. More recently, further work will have been progressed on the implementation of TAHI since my departure from Transport in February. I am not familiar at all with those recent activities. I'm also conscious that I have ongoing confidentiality obligations regarding the cabinet processes, which I will honour, and that may limit my ability to answer some questions. As the Secretary of Transport, my job with others was to implement the government's decision to establish TAHI. I was always open-minded on how best to make that work, committed to well-informed decision-making, and clear that we all needed to understand and manage the risks that it entailed. My priority throughout was the future safety of our customers and our staff, and the long-term integrity of the rail network. I saw this priority not just through the lens of today, but perhaps more importantly as the TAHI arrangements became fully established in the years ahead. Finally, I would like to acknowledge the effort and commitment of many people in Transport and TAHI who have worked hard and diligently to implement this policy as best as possible within the parameters imposed on them. Any views that I share about TAHI should not be interpreted as a criticism of their work. Quite the opposite. I cannot say enough to pay tribute to their integrity, their commitment and their efforts over several years. If you are watching today, please know how grateful I am to all of you. You can be very proud. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Mr. Staples. And we do acknowledge you're here in your position of implementing government policy, not creating policy. And we appreciate you making that abundantly clear at the outset of your evidence. I might now hand over to Mr. Mookie to commence the questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Staples. It's good to see you again. Mr. Staples, you were the Secretary of Transport for New South Wales from end of 17 to February this year, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Prior to that, you were the head of the Sydney Metro, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you built the North West Rail Line, fair?
With help from a few others, yes.
Single-handedly.
Fair enough. And prior to that, you worked in the Transport Department?
Yes, I did.
And when did you join the Transport Department?
I joined the Transport Department in 2007. Before that, I actually joined New South Wales Government in 2005 inside the organisation at that time was RailCorp.
RailCorp. And 2005, RailCorp.
Yes.
Forgive my memory on this, but that's approximate to or thereafter in the wake of the Royal Commission that took place, or a special commission of inquiry, I think, that took place into the Waterfall and Glenbrook disasters.
Yes, there was some changes in the arrangements around rail between the 1990s into the 2000s, and I certainly joined in the midst of that. I had actually worked on contract for Rail Infrastructure Corporation post Glenbrook, inquiry and implementing that, and I was actually on contract in Rail Infrastructure Corporation when the Waterfall incident and tragedy happened. And then I joined RailCorp at a time when really we were dealing with the ramifications of the Waterfall inquiry and implementing those recommendations.
And in fact, RailCorp was in part a response to that, bringing it all into one entity.
Yes, that's correct.
Yep.
And that was effectively merging, going from the concept of an infrastructure holding company and a separate operator to a merger of the two in layman's terms. Is that correct?
Yes, there were a few evolutions of the governance. There was a Rail Access Corporation, a Rail Services Authority. So the Rail Access Corporation owned the assets, Rail Services Authority maintained them, and then State Rail operated on those assets, so they were separated entities.
Right.
And then they were progressively brought together over a number of years to form RailCorp.
Okay, thank you. And so presumably, therefore, you have quite a lot of familiarity well before TAHI in the concept of TAHI. Is that fair?
I certainly worked in middle management roles. I'll just be clear, I wasn't a senior executive at that time, but I worked in middle management roles in those entities in a few different forms, yes.
Okay. But look, presumably as the builder of the Sydney Metro, the operator of the Transport Department, you have some familiarity with rail laws, I presume?
Yes. So obviously familiar with the National Rail Safety Law, the regulator, the concepts of rail accreditation, the assurance that provides the community in terms of approach. Overall, yes, I'm aware of that.
And presumably as a person who, amongst other things, built the Metro and built many other things and supervised many other projects, you have some, understanding of the finances of rail operations. That's fair?
Yes. So I guess Metro, as an example, is a PPP. I led the development and contracting and delivery of that, and all of the associated financial elements of that, if that's what you're asking.
I am. That's what I'm asking. And equally, you have some familiarity as the head of the Transport Department as to how rail assets and otherwise are reported in the budget, for an example, the state budget.
Yeah. So as the secretary, I oversaw the capital and operating budgets for transport as a whole, and subsets of that were the allocations of funding to the rail entities, being Sydney Trains and New South Wales Trainlink.
So if I accuse you of being an expert in rail finances and rail safety, you'd plead guilty?
Yes, look, I certainly have experience. I've invested my career over the last 20 years in public infrastructure, primarily around rail and transport, both from an engineering perspective, because I have an engineering background, and from a finance perspective, because I've also got a finance degree as well. So yes, I'm in and around that, and been doing that for some time.
I think, Mr. Staples, over the many years I had the opportunity to question you, I think that's the first accusation you've pleaded guilty to. But anyway, finally I got that.
Amazing what happens when they leave the bureaucracy.
yeah. Mr. Staples, just moving forward now into respect to the actual transport asset holding entity. By the time you become secretary, the government has resolved to establish the transport asset holding entity. That's correct?
Yes.
And is it your understanding that the government made that decision on or around the 2015-16 budget?
That's my understanding, yes.
And at that point in time, that decision was made when your predecessor, Mr. Reardon, was the Secretary of the Transport Department, that's correct?
Yes, look, there may have been some earlier policy decisions leading up to that about the considerations of it, but I'm not really familiar. I'm certainly aware that when the significant decision was made, Mr. Reardon was the Secretary, yes.
And to the best of your knowledge, with the budget treatment that you inherited in 17, that budget treatment had assumed the operation of the transport asset holding entity, that's correct?
Yes, my understanding is that as soon as government decided they would establish the entity and set on a pathway to implement, which would take a number of years, that they did start to account, essentially assume that that entity would come into effect in the accounting treatment.
Okay. And so when you become secretary, it's in the budget, the government is committed to it. What did you understand the objectives of the transport asset holding entity to be? The prime objectives and the secondary objectives?
So I guess I approached it with an open mind at the time. I think there was a little bit of anxiety within transport. I'd been very focused on Metro. When I get focused on something, I really get focused on something. And so I had, really poured most of my efforts into that. But, as a member of the Transport Executive, there'd been some conversation around the Transport Asset Holding Entity, or TAHI, and I was very curious about what the issues were and what its objectives were. So spent time with my own team within Transport. I was chairing a steering committee that included Department of Treasury and Cabinet and Treasury, so I was obviously involved in those discussions. I went back and looked over the legislation and things like the second reading speech to get a bit more familiar with it as well. So, out of all that, that's obviously all on the record. I can't speak for the people that were in the room or making the decision at the time about what those objectives were. I think all I can offer to you as I experienced the development and implementation is my own perspective on what those objectives were.
I appreciate that, Mr. Staples, and look, you weren't in 2015, but as you rightly said, you did a due diligence process for which you developed your own perspective. At the time you became secretary, I just repeat again, what did you consider, or what was your understanding that the objective of TAHI was?
At the outset, my interpretation was that it was to generate more commercial return from the rail assets. That's essentially what the stated objective is in the legislation, and in the second reading speech, it unpacks fairly clearly. I think what I have to say on that is that this is a little bit like peeling an onion. You get into it and you learn more about it as you go. It is, as you've found, I'm sure the committee's come to appreciate, and one of the difficulties with explaining it to people is it's very complex. So it took me quite some time to really get my head around.
So sorry, Mr. Staples, you said that the one of the rationales was to generate more commercial return.
Well, it's pretty clearly stated in the...
And I don't think, I think that's clear, including from the property and land assets. That's primarily from the land assets, would you say?
That's right.
What were the other objectives that you saw?
Well, I think the only other thing that I can really offer from beyond that was my observation around what the underlying objective was, which was to do with the accounting treatment and the balance sheet and approach. So basically presenting the fiscal position for the state budget in a certain way.
Can you unpack what that means?
So what that means in my experience of leading the development of the implementation from the transport side was that as you approach a big task like this, you look for the risks and the challenges to implement, and you look for mitigations. That's a really standard sort of process for any senior person to do. As we sought to address some of the concerns around control and decision-making and accountability and who would be doing what within that space to get confidence and clarity that we could maintain safety, good customer service, and good clarity about who was doing what, it became apparent that the top criteria in all of that was that we needed to make sure we met the fiscal objective of the treatment on the budget.
And that's converting the same pool of money that was previously being seen as a capital expense into an investment on the state books.
Yeah, so the moving from a railcorp not-for-profit entity into a state-owned corporation, commercial entity, and while I've got finance background, I won't profess to fully appreciate the accounting treatment. That is a very specialist area, so I've learned a lot more about it, but I would not wish to profess to be an expert around that. But clearly, the accounting treatment was a critical objective of TAHI.
And that's the $10 billion turnaround, if you like, in the state's forward estimates, without actually having to spend any additional money, just treating the same expenditure differently.
So yes.
Let me just step that through that. As you understand the fiscal or financial or accounting objectives of the government, was the objective at first instance to ensure that the transport asset holding entity would be reported in the total state accounts and not the general government sector?
That's my understanding, that the entity needed to be established as an independent entity that would make its own decisions, and in doing so would allow the budget to be presented in a certain way.
And in order to achieve that first objective of shifting the, for want of a better term, shifting it from the general government sector to the off books or into the total state accounts, the government decided to establish a state-owned corporation. That's correct?
That's my observation of the few years that I was involved, that was a key criteria and objective, yes.
And a state-owned corporation under the State-Owned Corporations Act, to the best of your knowledge, is required to earn a profit. That's correct?
Yep, they're established for a commercial return.
And in order to obtain appropriate accounting treatment that would allow the government to report it off book, they had to be genuinely independent of government, correct?
Yes.
And equally, in order to maintain that, they had to provide a rate of return at least above inflation. Was that your expectation at the time?
I didn't really enter into the debate about what the appropriate rate of return would be probably until more recently, as we came into the precursor to the establishment of the entity and some of the engagements that we had with KPMG.
But you're aware
but certainly my background would, in finance would suggest that you're looking to earn something more than inflation in terms of a rate of return. And I think there's some good benchmarking from KPMG in their advice around like entities within governments that actually have different rates of return.
Do you want to just stopping you there, Mr. Doubles, in terms of what the sort of benchmarking you were looking at from the advice you were getting from KPMG about a return for a state-owned corporation? What were you?
Well, we saw numbers in the KPMG report of benchmarking between 3, 6, 8% rates of return. I think, for example, Sydney Water is in the order of about 6%. So they were benchmark type numbers that were being floated around at the time.
So but they're the two key criteria, and I guess if the government could satisfy those two criteria, as the chair made reference, they would be able to shift. At the time between 2015 and 2019, $6.8 billion over those 4 years forward estimates off the general government sector and onto the total state accounts. That's your understanding?
Yes, Mr. Booker, I think the only caveat I'd place on a response to that is that certainly I studied the numbers, but ultimately in terms of the way it's to be presented in the budget, that's a matter for Treasury. What I really put the focus and energy for myself and the department was to manage the establishment of the entity and how it would operate within transport, and to a large extent, particularly in the early phase, was sort of accept what the accounting treatment would be.
Mr. Staples, could I just stopping you there? We've spoken about the creation of TAHI, the principles underpinning TAHI from the government's perspective. Where did the idea for TAHI generate? Did it come from within transport as a great idea for the transport assets? Or did it come from within Treasury as a sort of from a Treasury perspective? Where did it come from?
Like a lot of things, it's not a simple answer to that, but once again, all I can do is give you my observations of what I saw at the time. So when I was a member of the Transport Executive under what was the Director General, but previous Secretary Les Wallinger, there were discussions about the idea of an asset holding entity within transport. From a transport point of view, the thought there was to consolidate all of the assets into one entity, manage them, but very much within the transport portfolio and under the direction of the Secretary. There was some sort of logical sort of controls for that. What then emerged, I think, was a suggestion or a proposal from Treasury around actually a different type of entity that would be a commercial entity. And that's where the big decision sort of emerged around that. So for a commercial independent entity with the accounting treatments that we're now talking about, that was a policy that came from Treasury as I understand it.
And it's that commercial element of it, and we'll probably explore this in some detail, it's that commercial element of it that ended up becoming very complex, if I could put it that way, for transport to digest.
Yes, although, just to be clear for the committee, I don't want to give an impression that I'm not comfortable with the idea of commercial entities and the concepts of them. Firstly, I led Metro. We introduced a private operator in Metro, and I think that's delivered really good benefits in the way we've gone about doing that. And if you can look at both at a Commonwealth and a state level, there's some actually very effective commercial entities that operate. You can debate NBN, but there's something that is done very effectively as a commercial entity providing services to retail broadband providers. Sydney Water is a very good commercial entity. What I'd say about an entity like that is its purpose is incredibly clear, and its accountability is really clear. If the water's not clean and safe, it's very clear where the accountability lies around that. So there are some really good models where state-owned corporations, and I'm actually a fan of them, in the right purpose, in the right place. In the commercial world, the private sector, I think we've seen recent trends of moving, organisations splitting themselves and creating asset holding entities. Both of the major telecommunications companies here in Australia, Telstra and Optus, have done that recently. What that's done is free up balance sheet for them, but there's this incredibly strong commercial connection between Optus and the new asset holding entity that basically controls their towers, and some incredibly strong drivers to performance within those contracts, and some positives around accessing technology and other things globally for those asset companies. So I guess my point, I know it's a long-winded answer, is that I just don't want to leave the committee feeling like I'm anti-commercial entities.
My understanding, Ms. Stables, is you're not ideologically opposed to it, but when you put your transport hat on, you realised how many difficulties there were in implementing it.
Certainly this particular commercial entity, yes, was very challenging.
And on that,
Just briefly on this, but in terms of a transport asset entity like this, or holding entity, I should say, it's a similar model in Victoria, isn't it, to TAHI and Queensland as well? Or
Yeah, there are models in those states. They are historically much older, and I think established for different purposes at the time, and I think they're on their own journeys about what has to happen in terms of their treatments going forward. I think it's an oversimplification to say because Victoria and Queensland have done this, that we should be doing it in New South Wales in this way.
just on that though, Mr. Staples, the $6.8 billion, which I think we've established, do you agree that that was a key consideration of the government to obtain that outcome?
My observation was that the key driver for TAHI was to make sure that they could present the budget in a fiscally different way to if it wasn't there.
Okay, thank you. And you made reference earlier in one of your answers that that creates, or at least limits, the ability to sort of, for want of a better term, mitigate some of the risks that would arise. Can we firstly go through, is there does a conflict emerge between the ability for Transport, as you saw at the time, to operate the rail network through TAHI and then the structure that it was created, and the ability of the government to obtain the accounting treatment, as in, well, I'll ask you that. I hope that makes sense.
Yeah. I think context does matter a lot in just trying to explain my observations on that. If you went back 10 years ago, it probably wouldn't have looked as out of kilter, but from 2011, actually for the last decade, the government's overarching policy around transport has been one of integration, one of connection, one of customer journey, and the terminology used in those early years was breaking down the silos. And there were actually quite a few entities, some of which were commercial in nature, in the early 2011-12 that were disbanded, with a view of actually much more integrated decision-making and joined-up decision-making and removing some of those barriers. And to the large extent, that policy has continued throughout, and most recently under my tenure as the Secretary, we brought in RMS, or Roads and Maritime Services, in as almost like the next step in that natural evolution. And I think that's brought enormous benefit to the people of New South Wales across the state. And when you look back on what's been achieved over the last decade, I think people can be very proud of what's been done. TAHI does sit at odds to a large extent with that broader policy direction in terms of injecting into that arrangement a commercial entity with a very modal-specific commercial driver, without a doubt.
Well, then what are the implications of introducing that commercial entity with that commercial driver as it comes to the ability to operate the rail network safety?
So I can only share my own concerns, based on obviously working within the team, the experience I had as you outlined before, and the fact that ambiguity remained in terms of where accountability's lied. And I didn't get a chance to watch all of the previous witness statement, but I did hear some around it. And I think some of the issues around who was really going to control maintenance would be a very good example of the ambiguity and uncertainty on that heightens your concern as a leader about who knows what's going on. So first and foremost, for me, the concerns that sat around TAHI, and when I say concerns, the things that I thought we needed to address to implement this model. Okay, so the job was to get on and implement, but first and foremost, who was in control of decision making around maintenance? Who was in control of decision making around future investment? And that has potential safety ramifications, and it has potential sort of customer quality of customer outcome ramifications. Now, none of what I say should be interpreted as a doubt or a concern for the frontline workforce who are out there maintaining the network at the moment. Having overseen Transport, they do an extraordinary job, but their job's to work with the resource pool that they're given and to get on there and work within the limits of that and do what they can. So whoever's in control of the quantum of the maintenance has a significant influence on the quality of what they can do. And whoever's involved in the decision-making around the forward capital program, where money will be invested and in what it's invested on, actually has a profound impact on the safety and the customer service as well.
And does that reflect your understanding of the Special Commission of Inquiry's outcomes as well, where they said effectively who's doing the maintenance, who has the long-term interest in maintaining the assets, should lie with whoever owns the assets? And
yes, and look, I approached it with how can we find a workable solution where everyone's clear and accountable in this model. So this model's happening. There are some fiscal benefits for the state. Let's back that in and help the state achieve that. And let's work through how we provide the assurance that TAHI as the asset owner understands its accountability, but also Sydney Trains as the day-to-day maintainer has also got their accountability, and Transport. It did become very complex. And you'll see the KPMG report that was prepared by Transport. There's a lot of detail in the races around working through who's accountable for what, not just in safety, but more generally across.
Just to go back on the timeline, when TAHI is effectively established and up and running on the 1st of July last year, at that point, nobody knew who was going to be doing the maintenance going forward. Is that right?
So the decision to stand up TAHI and bring it into effect last year, there was concern within Transport, including myself, around TAHI's readiness to take on the role of the asset custodian at that point in time. The way we mitigated that in the first instance, and Ms Watson referred to this as well, was the operating licence that was implemented was to basically really contain it to an absolute due minimum and retain a sort of business as usual approach with Transport and Sydney Trains, basically taking the heavy lifting on who would make decisions around what amount of money and where that money would go. So that was put in place for a year with a view that needed to resolve those accountabilities over the course of the year that's gone.
But I can't think of anything more critical in terms of a generational change for the rail assets for the whole of New South Wales. Anything more critical than knowing who's going to maintain them going forward. And it seems to me quite incredible that the decision was made to transfer the assets and stack up TAHI before something as essential as maintenance was resolved, Mr. Staples. But maybe you can shed some light on that.
Yes, I think it highlights the uncertainty around a discussion like that. I think is a really good illustration of the difficulty we had navigating through the preparedness to stand the organisation up and get clarity. Bearing in mind that there are a number of moving things, the change in accounting standards that occurred in 2019 and getting our understanding of that sort of raised the bar in terms of what was required from a commercial independence point of view, which maybe couldn't have been foreseen in 2015. And that would have put more emphasis on the need for independence.
Staples, but you made the point that was all stood up as transitional arrangements.
Yes.
Was the reason why the government made the decision to commence the TAHI as of 1 July 2020, despite the concerns that perhaps you and Transport had, was in order to survive the audit that year?
There's no question that a critical time driver for establishment on 1 July was that we needed to basically be able to continue to bank the fiscal benefits of TAHI. It had originally been planned to stand up on 1 July 2019, and that had been deferred because we weren't ready and we hadn't done enough work. So as we moved into 2020, everyone knew that it needed to come in. It needed to show a progressive step forward to the Auditor General and to ABS that substantive progress was being made in the stand-up of the entity.
Just in layman's term, the government commenced the transport asset holding entity despite Transport's objections because they were worried that the audit office would find that they were a year late in meeting the commitments that had been made to them.
I'm not sure I'd use the word objection. I think we accepted that it was a policy decision to implement TAHI, and there wasn't an objection to that occurring. There was concern and a lot of work ongoing to identify, manage the risks, get clear around the accountability. I'd say the second half of 2019, it caused some disruption in the process because we got that advice. We got advice from PwC that the accounting treatment may be in question.
Yeah, that's in your
I don't want to be
12.
definitive on that, but it did come in as advice to Transport that there were some questions around that and maybe some changes needed to be made to the TAHI model. And we looked at a range of options in that, which I won't go into unless you want to explore further, but that set a scene for concern about not just the safety and the clarity of accountability, but also some of the financial treatment, and resulted in a pretty strong engagement between ourselves and Treasury in the first half of 2020.
I do want to ask you about the PwC report, which I have provided to you in tab 12 and the committee in the supplementary documents. But before we do, you made a point earlier, before we get off this topic, you made a point earlier that you felt that there was a long-term conflict between, well, certainly what I heard and inferred, was probably a better way of saying it, was that there was a conflict or around forward investment, maintenance versus commercial outcome. And I was just wondering, like, what does that mean?
So, I'll try and keep it simple. Two scenarios to consider in terms of safety implications. One is the quantum of available maintenance each year, particularly on capital investment within just renewing the assets, replacing the assets that are out there. My view was always that TAHI would need to have a role in determining that quantum because it actually impacts their financial performance. And therefore, they would have an influence and they would be driven by what's a commercial position and profitability side of things. So we worked really hard, and I think we made a fair bit of progress to illustrate that Sydney Trains would continue to do the day-to-day maintenance. One of the questions that remained is just how influential TAHI would become in the long run in determining what the annual sort of quantum would be overall. So that would be the first one. The second would be that over time, as TAHI receives access fees and retains earnings, now they can do a number of different things in terms of what they do with those earnings. They can be paid back to the state as dividends. But the equity that sits within the organisation is available for the state to deploy. But it has to be deployed by an independent entity to retain its accounting treatment. So the debate that would emerge, and I sit there then as a director of TAHI and saying, what am I got to do here? I have an objective to provide rail assets to the state, but I also have this quite open-ended objective within the legislation around just other activities that I may choose to do, and an imperative around commercial return. And you'll be faced with the conflict of, well, how much do I invest in the rail asset and maybe a new signalling system versus invest in a property development that would generate a higher return. So these are not issues that are happening today. So just to be really clear, they're not debates that are emerging right now. I said in my opening statement that my concerns were more about the medium to long term. And if you reflect back on some of the issues that emerged through Glenbrook and Waterfall, it wasn't the initial governance necessarily, but it was the passage of time. New people come in, the understanding of what the intent was shifts a little bit, and you're working within the legal framework. There was just a foreshadowing that could go in a direction where the drivers sitting within that organisation become disconnected with the drivers in transport.
Well, basically, extra
Particularly, sorry.
maintenance for a train has to compete with the commercial return that could be earned by property developing a station. Is that what we're talking about?
Yes.
Right.
And those concerns about sort of the culture over time become more real if the entity that owns the asset actually isn't involved in running the rail network. You lose that cultural connection with what's needed for a safe rail network.
Yeah, and therein lies, I think, the parallel that I was trying to draw with an entity like Sydney Water, where there's a really good clarity of accountability and do a great job. The risk for us within transport and TAHI, and I sat on the board and there was very good intent. So to be clear, a lot of respect for the board that's been established and a good intent within that organisation to try and do the right thing. It's not a criticism or observation of those people, it's more the passage of time and how things could change.
And in
But
short,
isn't
if
this somewhat governed by the statement of expectations issued by the portfolio minister?
Which can be changed. They're not in legislation. They can be changed over
But in
time.
terms of ministerial responsibility, it's similar to what would be responsible with a department when there's a statement of expectations from that minister.
Yes, but there is also a obligation as a director of a company to produce a commercial return. So it's definitely a guardrail, no question at all. It's definitely a guardrail. But the passage of time is the risk.
Ms. Boyd?
So just to clarify, it sounds like there was tension then between this overriding accounting objective and getting the accounting right, and then on the other hand, the safety objectives and the objective of having clarity over that accountability. I guess, looking at that tension, did you believe it could be solved?
So I'd characterise it slightly differently. We needed to meet the accounting treatment. That was the policy decision of government, and we were working to find solutions to do that. It was very difficult to get to a point where, with meeting the independence threshold, that there was a natural, clear range of accountability.
They were working in tension, weren't they? The accounting outcome and the safety outcome, there was a tension between. They were pulling in different directions, and it was your job to try and, if you like, square the circle. Or
Yeah, and this is not black and white. There's, in terms of risk and mitigation, levels of risk, risk tolerance, working through the logic on that. Some people may feel more comfortable than others around what that level of risk is, but certainly I was very uncomfortable.
And this is not uncommon in terms of, my previous career. I worked as a structurer for some time, and we would refer to certain problems as being, once you fix that, it would be the holy grail. But until people understood how to actually marry up various objectives, you couldn't actually propose that as a structure. Do you think that the TAHI structure got proposed and embedded in policy before a viable structure had been developed?
I've had a lot of time to think about this over the last few months. When you haven't got to run the transport network every day, it gives you a bit more mental capacity to think and reflect. And one reflection that I would have, without understanding where the decision makers were at the time, two things happened when TAHI was established that in hindsight maybe made things very difficult. The first one was that the concept was agreed, the accounting benefit was booked immediately.
Yeah.
So in doing so, that created an immediate necessity to basically work within that constraint. The second thing I'd say, and I'm sure we'll end up talking about differences of view as we work our way through this session, that there, over the passage of time, wasn't an assurance process sitting around this independent of the key people involved in its implementation, including myself, to give the government some assurance around how that was tracking and how the risks were being managed. My contrast on both of those points would be that the government's done a very good job in establishing a gateway process for major projects, of which I've gone through more times than I care to describe. But the need to do a rigorous business case, to put that through an independent panel that sits outside of the agencies, and then to go through various gates after that to test how we're tracking against that delivery. I would say deciding to bank the benefit and not having an ability for some of these issues to be resolved with some independent oversight are two things that probably have made the journey of implementation incredibly difficult.
If your advice is to unwind a policy decision, and it's going to have a $10 billion impact on the state's budget, that's advice that no government wants to hear, isn't it, Mr. Sopels?
Well, I think that's fairly obvious. I guess what I'm trying to actually be a little bit proactive and constructive here is to sort of say that, like, upon reflection, there are probably some better ways to work to manage
The
these
point you
things.
just made to reference to there. To be fair, I picked it up because I've questioned you about the infrastructure investor insurance framework, which I think you were just describing. But it's clear, the implication that I heard from your answer to Ms. Boyd's question just there was Sydney Metro went through an independent assurance process, but TAHI doesn't seem to have ever gone through a similar process. In fact, it seems to have gotten less scrutiny than, for example, decisions to give grants to sporting organisations. Was there ever an independent assurance framework that was put on top of TAHI that you could describe for us?
Government makes big decisions all the time. All I'm doing is offering a reflection, having come out of the infrastructure sector and seen the benefit of assurance, and reflecting that we didn't have that on this journey with TAHI. And if things hadn't been an issue and there hadn't been difficulties to resolve, maybe that would not have been such a big problem.
So, Mr. Sopels, we're grateful for that, because part of our remit is to try and make sure we don't repeat mistakes. So I think that's critical. But I also think we need to work out what exactly happened in TAHI. So I might hand over to Ms. Boyd.
Sorry, I just wanted to clarify in your answer. So I asked you about whether you thought that there would be a viable structure for TAHI. And what I understand you were responding with was not necessarily commenting on that, but saying that they banked, so Treasury or the government as a whole, banked the benefit of this structure in terms of they recognised it in the budget prior to knowing that a viable structure existed. Is that correct?
As I said, I think earlier, I can't speak for where the decision makers were at the time and what their thinking was on what was viable and wasn't. I could only assume that they thought that this was a viable structure and it was just a matter of getting put it in place.
But to be clear, by the time you first had a good look at it in 2017, there wasn't a viable business structure in place, at least from a transport point of view.
Oh, it took me a very long time to get my head around it. I wouldn't say I was there in 2017. In fact, the whole 3 years I was secretary, I was still on a learning curve, very curious about how to make this work.
Well, so there wasn't a viable structure that you saw in place that was going to address all of the safety and finance aspects.
Well, when I started working on it, we were working through those issues. I didn't have in my mind that we wouldn't find solutions to them. I thought we would work our way through and find solutions, but it got very hard.
Mr. Staples, did the establishment of the transport asset holding entity increase long-term risk to rail safety?
I think the way I described the two issues that I saw before around maintenance and capital investment, if those issues emerge, then I think it does. The question is whether or not you can get enough controls around that and contain the independence enough, which was at the time that I was secretary in February this year. I still don't think that was resolved. Perhaps progress has been made since then to reconcile that, but at the time that I was secretary, we hadn't got to that point.
But so when you leave the secretaryship February this year, you're not satisfied that the mitigations are in place to prevent any future risk to rail safety?
In the short term, yes, because the operating licence was contained.
The long term?
But it would, up to the long term, no, that was still to be resolved.
And it wasn't just that you were not satisfied. I heard you briefly say at one point, I was very uncomfortable. Is that that's a very strong statement that you've made, but that's really the strength of your feeling on this.
Yes, I was very uncomfortable.
As of February this year, you were very uncomfortable about the way the TAHI was tracking.
Yes.
And can I ask, you made before reference that you accepted that this was the objective of the government and that you were trying to implement it, but you were taking attempts to mitigate the risks, I think, or you were putting in contingencies to hedge. What did you try to do to mitigate the risk?
So this occurred over time, and I guess there are a number of different layers to that, so it just depends how much time you want me to spend on it.
Maybe just enough to be able to communicate the key points in the order of how you feel that should be communicated, Mr Staples.
Well, in the first 12 to 18 months
Very
or so...
different to your questioning at budget estimates.
Oh, yes. Fair point, Mr Fowler.
As within the governance arrangements we have between ourselves in Transport, Treasury and Department of Treasury and Cabinet, we worked a lot on things like who would be accountable for what, working that through in some detail. And I think we had made a reasonable amount of progress on that by mid-2019, not enough to bring the entity into effect. As I foreshadowed before, there were some raised issues around the PwC advice on accounting, which suggested that maybe the independence needed to be stronger than we'd originally anticipated in separation. And that basically caused us to take a step back and revisit those elements again.
Before you go beyond that point, this is the PwC report. It's on tab 12. It says that actually on page 8 of it, this PwC report, which presumably you commissioned as Transport Secretary?
Yes,
And
I didn't personally commission it, but the team that we established within Transport, looking after TAHI, yes, they commissioned this work.
And that's before the engagement of KPMG by either you or the Treasury, that's correct?
Yes, that's right.
And this report on page 8 says to you that once you factor in the new accounting standards that came in 2018, TAHI would in fact have a impact over the forward estimates of negative $10 billion, correct?
As I understand it, the advice from PwC was that there was a risk that the accounting treatment that was being adopted by the government couldn't be sustained.
Indeed.
Yep.
And PwC tells you that, and, well, you received this advice. What did you do in reaction to it?
I was very surprised to receive it. My focus had been much more on the implementation and on the safety, customer, and some of the financial aspects more generally and what it meant for transport. And I'd taken this largely as a given that this was happening and that there wasn't really any question. So I was very concerned, again, that this issue had arisen, and really very quickly engaged firstly with PwC to understand the issue a little bit more, and then back with Mike Pratt and Tim Reardon as my two counterparts that were really relevant to this above that general committee that I was chairing, to alert them to the concerns that were coming through. This stuff is never definitive. I think, as you've heard from the evidence this morning, there are views around accounting and treatment, without a doubt. But I basically, in terms of this particular matter, I took it to Treasury.
And just on that point, in terms of it not being definitive, was this a final document or was this a draft document? What was its sort of status when you received it?
This particular document, I couldn't tell you the status of when I received. I certainly received preliminary advice, and then I think the team would have finalised that, and we would have.
And did that happen during your time, or was that?
Yes, that happened during my time.
Okay.
Yep.
And you said you went and saw Mr. Well, you told I don't know if you saw them. Well, actually, to be fair, you said you contacted Mike Pratt and Tim Reardon. I've separately asked Mr. Reardon and Mr. Pratt, and they've separately confirmed that there was some type of a meeting that took place in March. Is that the same thereabouts? Are we talking about the same thing?
Yes, I had my first conversation with Mr. Pratt was in December of 2019 around this. That we had some advice from PwC that was raising concerns around the accounting treatment, and that I was concerned around that. He took that on board. He appreciated me reaching out directly to him and having that conversation, and we agreed that we would talk about it again in the new year. Admittedly, I think it took till March, bearing in mind that we had a very intense period through December, January, certainly for myself and Mr. Reardon around the bushfires in that period. So it'd be fair to say there was a time when we weren't particularly focused on a longer-term policy decision like this.
And did you contact Mr. Reardon to say the same?
I didn't see Mr. Reardon about it until sometime in 2020, and I certainly recall having a meeting with Mr. Reardon and Mr. Pratt somewhere around March, so that date coincides with my recollection, to basically talk to the two of them together about the fact that we've got this.
So what happened at the meeting? You met with them in March 2020. What did you tell them?
That we had this advice from PwC that suggested there was some challenges with achieving the accounting treatments. Now, it's complicated. I didn't even fully understand some of the dimensions of what PwC was saying, because it does require quite an accounting mindset around it. Tim and Mike both took that on board, and from what I can interpret now, is probably the catalyst to bring KPMG back in on the accounting to actually get an update on the advice that Treasury got from KPMG previously.
But Mr. Staples, your takeaway from the PwC report, this is the one you got at the end of 2019, was that TAHI, as then being proposed by the government, and I think it's sometimes described in the PwC report as the TAHI light or ultralight, that just wasn't going to stack up, it wasn't going to work.
That was the advice from PwC, and certainly what I did say to PwC at the time when we got that advice is, well, what are the options to achieve this?
And one of the options that they put forward was the full corporatisation of the rail network.
Well, for Transport for New South Wales.
Well, of all of Transport for New South Wales, handing over all of Transport of New South Wales to a corporate entity.
Yes.
Yeah, which was far more radical solution than the TAHI model. Is that right?
Yes, but with positives and with pluses and minuses to it. So I can understand concern around, does that mean all of the decisions are going to be made from a financial perspective? At the end of the day, I don't think it actually stacked up, because it had a series of accounting issues with it. The amount of non-profitable assets that would be in the entity meant that it wouldn't actually deliver the same sorts of accounting outcomes as you worked that through. If I had an intuitive initial response that was positive about it, it was that at the very least, the decision-making and accountability would be inside the one entity. So going back to some of my points around transport and then TAHI and different drivers and objectives, at least they would all be in the one place, like a Sydney Water model.
Did you understand at the time you took this to Mr. Pratt and you said, look, our advice is that TAHI is not going to stack up? Did you understand at the time that if that advice was accepted, there'd be a $10 billion unravelling in the budget?
Yes.
And can I just ask you what if any, conversation you had with Mr. Pratt at the time was about that?
The feedback I got from Mr. Pratt was that we needed to get on and implement this policy, and we would find a way to make it work.
Prior to the preparation of the report, did Treasury have any input into the report or the parameters, or raise any concerns with it?
I don't know. I'd have to go and take that on notice. I don't have that level of background.
But did it occur to you that when you get this report, which to be fair, you get in December 19, did it ever occur to you to ask why, or to anyone in transport really, like, why was the government going to persist with this model if it wasn't going to work?
I was conscious that this was a view and that there would be other views. And it's a little bit going back to why that reflective feedback around maybe some independence on this would have helped to resolve some of these issues. So it was advice prepared by Transport. At the end of the day, the accountability for budget treatment lies with Treasury. So I handed this to Mike Pratt as an issue that needed to basically be thought about and dealt with, and left him to pursue that.
Did you discuss with Mr. Pratt in that March meeting the safety issues?
Yeah, I would always have, it was a pretty paramount conversation. I would always have been flagging the concerns that I had just generally with the model. I'd say the conversation in March was pretty dominated by this new information around accounting. But I had been pretty regular in indicating that we needed to continue to work hard to get comfortable on safety.
When did you start providing that advice, to the best of your recollection, to anyone?
I would say that would have been, look, I don't have detailed records on that, but just picking up on when I started to get engaged, it would have been the second half of 2019, as we started to get more deeply into how this model would work, that I couldn't see us finding easy solutions to the governance.
So that is, you were providing advice to people inside the government, and we'll unpack this, rest assured, that you didn't feel it would be possible to sufficiently mitigate the long-term risks that TAHI posed.
Oh, I don't think I was that,
Okay.
to be honest with you, I don't think I was that definitive. I was basically still trying to work through with the team. We've got to find solutions to this.
But you expressed
You know,
concern.
but it was expressing concerns that it was proving to be harder, and that the feedback we were getting around the accounting suggested that actually the independence criteria was even stronger than what I originally appreciated. So there was a bit of a coincidence of events going on at this point.
To just try and go back to the timetable, the time frame we're at.
Before we go to that, because I just want to
By all
clarify
means.
that. But just in layman's term, when you make the independence point, having read more than I thought I ever would about counting tests of independence, what are you saying that as you tried to mitigate the safety risks, the measures that you could have taken would have caused the auditors to conclude that this wasn't independent and therefore had to be moved back onto books?
So what I'd really credit the team within Transport was that they continued to look at different ways and solutions that we could set TAHI up to have sufficient confidence around who was making the decisions and put those options forward. Generally, the feedback was whenever we did anything that crossed the line of independence, that wouldn't work and we needed to go and find another solution.
So if we can go back to the timetable, you get the PwC report at the end of 2019.
Yes.
You progress your review of it. You have the conversation with Mr. Pratt about that in March. And then is it in that meeting that Mr. Pratt tells you they're going to be engaging KPMG?
No, I actually wasn't aware that they'd engaged KPMG at that time. There were a few different things running in parallel, but I don't have an absolutely crystal clear recollection of the chain of events. But as Ms. Watson, or I think is in the evidence that was put in by KPMG, we did engage KPMG for a more holistic look. I think where I got to from those conversations with Mr. Reardon and Mr. Pratt was that Transport have been quite focused on the operating model side and not very much on the fiscal. And what we found is there was some concern around the fiscal and accounting, and so I wanted to step back to look at the whole. And that was the catalyst for me to engage, or us as Transport, to engage KPMG on those two pieces of work that they did.
And did that follow the meeting with Mr. Pratt? Is that your memory?
Not specifically from that meeting, but in the weeks after, as we worked through on what to do with where we're at.
And just as a point of clarification on that as well, when you engaged KPMG or Mr. Lyon for that piece of work in April, were you aware that they were doing work for Treasury by that point, or?
I was aware that they'd done work for Treasury previously,
Okay.
but I wasn't aware of a current engagement at that stage, no.
Were you aware of a modelling being done in 2017 by KPMG for Transport about the impact?
Yeah, so in the first couple of years of the implementation of TAHI, it was largely driven from the teams established in Transport, and we were essentially doing all of the engagements for the work that was reporting to a steering committee that involved Treasury and Department of Premier and Cabinet as well. As far as the model itself, it may have been a contract with Transport, but noting that there was a number of sort of fiscal assumptions in that, there would have been a lot of input from Treasury as well.
So when you went back to KPMG in April or so of 2020, it was in light of they'd previously engaged in this space, they had a model in place, and you wanted to work out with the information that had come to light since then whether or not it would stack up. Would that be a fair summary?
And there was a timing imperative. So we were in March, there was an overarching objective of establishing the entity on 1 July of that year to achieve the accounting benefits. So, one of the criteria around choosing KPMG was their knowledge and understanding and the breadth of what they could cover in terms of operating model as well as fiscal or financial.
I understand. And did you ask, was it part of the terms of KPMG to say whether or not it could be in place and operating and also satisfy the fiscal imperatives, that is the budget imperatives. Was that part of your brief?
There wasn't a question about should we or shouldn't we proceed. The brief was always TAHI's proceeding. We need to identify the risks and come up with the operating model to make that work and achieve the financial outcomes that the government was seeking to achieve.
And when you say that was the brief, that was really the brief from the government, from the Premier and the Treasurer.
Well, that was the brief from the original decision to implement. Let's get on and do that.
Yeah.
Cabinet had made a decision.
The Cabinet made a decision to implement, so we were proceeding with that. It wasn't for me to offer up and say,
Understood.
Changing policy. All we could do was communicate the risks.
But Ms. Boyd.
Sorry, can I just come back to that conflict that KPMG had? When did you first become aware that they were also acting for Treasury?
It would have been around the March to April period. I can't quite recall the specific dates. I'm happy to take it on notice and go back and look in my diary and see whether I can better ascertain that if you'd like.
After you were engaged, after you'd engaged KPMG.
I can't recall the specifics on that.
Just
Sorry,
I'm looking at an email from you. It should be in the folder under KPMG emails 002 Staples. I don't know which.
Do you know what number?
What tab?
I will tell you the tab, given I think I have the index.
Some people have tabbed ones. I don't have a tabbed
have
one.
tabbed
No, I had
ones.
to
Oh,
print
that's
my
why.
own.
Okay, sorry.
Sorry, Mr. Staples. I'm looking. This is an email from you sent on the 3rd of July,
Probably
2020.
number 8. Tab 8 is where it's
Tab
Tab
8?
8. It's got 26 written on
your
top of the
folder.
email.
Yep. Tab 8.
You able to see that one?
One in tab 8.
Yep, got it.
Have you
Tab
got
8.
that one, Mr. Staples?
Yes.
Yes. So if you look towards the end of that, in the last full paragraph, you've written there, quote, "Finally, we are yet to understand how this issue first arose. It seems to have been forgotten that the first issue here was a failure to notify us of a conflict under a evolving transport organisational design contract when you chose to commence the work with New South Wales Treasury or when the progress of this work subsequently created one." Did you ever get an explanation as to how that conflict was not notified to you?
No, the point that I'd raised with the partners at that meeting, which obviously I'll accept my own assertion of the 16th of March in that email, was that they were doing substantial piece of work for Transport on implementing the operating model changes arising from RMS being brought together with Transport. And there was a series of changes being adopted in that, and we're expending quite a bit of money with KPMG on that. So very different to anything else you've talked about so far. What became apparent from advice coming through from KPMG on the accounting was that maybe some of those things needed to be revisited in the way that the organisation would be set up to achieve the accounting treatment and what would sit with who in terms of responsibility. And so my first call to KPMG was, what is going on here? You've got two different parts of your firm giving advice, and we're expending a considerable amount of money with KPMG on the operating model.
So
This is for Transport more generally, not just for TAHI. So that reference is that more general concern. So obviously by that stage, that would suggest to you that by that stage I was aware that Heather Watson was doing, or KPMG were doing some accounting work for Treasury.
And was your concern that Treasury would somehow influence the work that was being done for Transport for New South Wales from KPMG?
The concern was just transparency, that we're aware that another piece of work was going on that might change the scope of the first piece of work.
Were you ever satisfied that KPMG had managed the conflict that you alerted them to?
I've accepted their assertion that they had protocols internally. Conflicts fit into real conflicts and perceived conflicts. My perception was that there was an ongoing conflict that they hadn't fully resolved.
And to be quite clear, we'll probably come to this in steps, but if ever there was evidence of that conflict, it's when one of their clients, in this case Mr. Pratt, is communicating with the people doing Transport's work and trying to get them to rewrite their report. I mean, that's a pretty irremediable conflict, isn't it, Mr. Staples?
Yes, and I think therein lies why I don't think we ever fully resolved the conflict.
On that though, were you aware at the time that Treasury had taken a great interest in the report that was being produced for you?
Just from a timing point of view, can I clarify? I think you're jumping forward to later in the year now.
From the period of March till effectively November last year, were you aware that Treasury were heavily involving themselves in the production of your report?
I actually encouraged it.
Yes.
So the approach that we took in engaging KPMG was not to go off into a corner and do it on our own, but was to actually try and do something that was quite integrated across the different agencies. We engaged. We ultimately set the terms and the financial arrangements with KPMG, but the intention all along was that Treasury are alongside us on the journey around that, because we knew the importance of actually being on the same page and giving advice to government.
Well, fundamentally, you needed to know what the assumptions that Treasury had, what the modelling that Treasury had, and to be stress testing that against how it would impact from a transport point of view.
Yep.
And that was just good due diligence, wasn't it?
Yes, and always the way we would attempt to do things within government.
But that's quite different from having Treasury direct the outcome of the report.
Yes.
And were you aware as well that your staff, KPMG, Treasury, were attending joint workshops and working to produce this report?
Yeah, that's absolutely what the expectation was.
Yes.
Certainly we were managing the contract with KPMG, but Treasury absolutely key to those conversations.
Did you know at that time that KPMG were on a pathway to produce an entirely separate report to Treasury? Were you aware that there was this separate report being produced to Treasury in parallel with what was being done for transport?
I don't want to sound evasive on it, but it's a year ago and I can't fully recall, but I don't have any recollection that I was aware that work was happening at the time.
Because that's I would have thought that would be a kind of important consideration if you knew the same firm was going to produce two different reports to two different parts of government, which may have different interests in this.
Yes.
Yep.
So just to pick up on that question, so the original report from PwC that first raised the accounting issues was commissioned by Transport for New South Wales, not by Treasury. Was it effectively like, and put in a colloquial term, like a second opinion from Treasury in a sense, the report commissioned by for Ms Watson?
Yes, it could be characterised as that, yeah.
Can I just, in respect to those meetings that were your staff, KPMG, under the auspices of Mr. Lyons, and Treasury officials are attending, Mr. Lyons has told us that some of those meetings became very aggressive, and in fact his emails reveal that. Did you ever get reports from your staff as to, did any of them ever raise concerns with you about the conduct of Treasury officials at those meetings?
There was some feedback that the nature of the meetings were quite aggressive and not as constructive as we would have liked them to be.
And that came from your staff?
Yes.
And that was in respect to the treatment that they were subject to, or Mr. Lyons was subject to, or both?
My recollection is probably more towards KPMG people than it was to transport staff themselves.
Right. So your officials witnessed the behaviour and were concerned enough to raise it with you?
Yes, I don't remember specific conversations, but certainly talking with Fiona Trussell and Peter Perdiccas, there was some feedback there around concern on how the tone of those meetings were going, and how that might affect the outcome of trying to get sort of a collective view.
Did you become aware elsewhere, any time between those meetings and the 10th of September, about other conduct of Treasury officials either in that meeting or elsewhere that would raise concerns as to whether or not Mr. Lyons and or you were being appropriately treated?
No, I'd have to say, having witnessed Mr. Lyons' testimony last week, I can't say that at the time last year I fully appreciated what he was going through, if I'm honest. I was certainly aware that there were issues and some concerns on how he was being treated in some meetings, but it was very eye-opening to get his account.
Did you call Mr. Lyons last year on or about the 10th of September and warn him that TAHI, and particularly the most exposed Treasury official, are starting to play the man on him and on me, which is you?
Yes, I don't remember the very specific conversation or the date, but there is no doubt in my mind that I would have had a conversation like that with Brendan. The reason I say that is because, as a general rule in my working career, and I don't just mean in government, but in government and the private sector, when you're focusing on trying to get an outcome and suddenly the discussion becomes more about people and their capability and their ideology, you know that the decision making is starting to break down. And I was concerned for the significance of the engagement because TAHI had been stood up as an entity. The stakes were very high in relation to resolving the operating model as well as getting confident on the fiscal. The stakes were incredibly high. And so to know that the discussion was shifting more towards personality and people was of concern to me.
Did you, on what basis did you conclude that Treasury officials were starting to play the man, which included him and included you? Why did you have that suspicion?
Well, he hasn't actually entirely agreed with that proposition.
Well, let me take you through one step. If you turn to page KPMG email 002 Staples, which is tab 8. It's good to see you again, Trevor. Mr. Lyons' record of the conversation that he then reports to his superiors at KPMG is contained at that email. So you can follow along. But did you have a basis to conclude that Treasury officials were playing the man, which included you and him?
So the feedback that I was hearing was that there was questions more around Brendan and his credibility in this process, rather than we've got concerns around the modelling. These are the key areas of substance that need to be addressed and resolved. So we shifted away from a healthy. I've got no problem with conflict at all. In fact, it's healthy. It's a good thing to have. But you need to be focused on the substantive issues. So if there's disagreement about a model, focus on the model, not on the people that are working on the model. I would say at that point in time, I got to a conclusion based on what I was hearing from my own team, what I was observing, that we were departing from a focus on the substantive issues. And it was starting to basically shut Brendan down. And that was not just an issue for Brendan, that was an issue for the entire engagement and the capacity to get a good outcome from that piece of work, which we were spending a lot of money on.
Did you feel like you were being targeted?
I don't actually have a particularly distinct recollection that I was being targeted, so I can't put that particular comment in context. I'm not suggesting that Brendan has got that conversation wrong, but when you become secretary, there is a degree of risk in that role, and you embrace that risk and you work with it because it's just the nature of the role. So I was always open-minded to the prospect that things can go wrong for you as secretary. I don't remember particularly something in that moment.
Turns out that was a sensible precaution, Mr. Staples, given what happened in February. That precaution about being secretary and then ultimately carrying the can, is that right?
All the secretary's roles are big roles. The responsibilities are large. If you want to make a difference, you've got to do things and you've got to take risks. And what comes with those is the possibilities of either getting things wrong or creating disagreements. That's the nature of it. And if you embrace that, you can do some great things as a secretary and then just be prepared to go when you go, which I did.
Mr. Staples, did you said earlier that you raised concerns with Mr. Pratt and Mr. Reid about it in March after the PwC report. After that, did you raise your concerns about TAHI with anyone else?
So the two, I certainly had ongoing conversation with Mr. Reardon because I had regular sort of check-in with him, and on the list of topics would have been the ongoing concerns about where TAHI was at and its implementation. With Mr. Pratt, I think once the cabinet decision had been made to move forward on standing up on 1 July, I certainly had engagement with Mr. Pratt about the nature of the board that would be put in place. And I certainly recall conversations with Mr. Pratt and Mr. Reardon probably after that September date you referred to, somewhere around October, to talk a bit more about the detailed fiscal work, financial modelling work that was coming out of the KPMG work.
Step by step, when you spoke to Mr. Pratt about the board, what did you say?
So having accepted that we're moving in with the constrained operating licence approach for 1 July, one of the mitigations that I was looking for as secretary, apart from the fact that I sat on the board, which is obviously a helpful thing in terms of influence, that I was looking for some expertise that had ground transport, regulatory, safety expertise. And I'll put forward some names in relation to that. To Mr. Pratt, it was actually Treasury that lead the process for determining the board membership to Cabinet.
Were you satisfied with the position that Treasury took to government about the board?
I don't know specifically what the position is that Treasury took to government. I basically just know who was appointed.
Well, did the people who were appointed satisfy your concerns about who should have been appointed?
I think they were all very good choices to be put on the board. I think I've got a lot of respect for all three of the independent members that were appointed at the time. However, I was very disappointed that we didn't have a broader cross-section of skills on that board, particularly someone other than myself with rail expertise or safety expertise that would be on the board as well, given the nature and the role and the functions of the entity.
Ms. Boyd, I think, just quickly, Ms. Boyd just has a question.
Sorry. Just coming back slightly, we've seen the emails from Mr. Pratt which show him trying to change the report that was being produced for Transport for New South Wales by KPMG. And we've heard that didn't have the impact that perhaps he wanted it to have. Was there pressure on you to instruct Mr. Lyon or KPMG to change the report they were producing for you?
Mr. Pratt wrote to me and requested to change the report as well. I wasn't aware he'd written directly to KPMG until some time later, but Mr. Pratt also wrote to me requesting the report be changed.
And what was your response?
We didn't change.
When was that? Do you remember?
My main action from receiving that letter was to go to KPMG and ask them for advice, because they had both pieces of information sitting, and that was the genesis of the letter that came from, I think it was from Mr. Heathcote to me, to try and explain the conflict and the fact that both reports could be reconciled, and that was KPMG's view.
Do you recall when that was?
That would have been in November.
Was it appropriate for Mr. Pratt to write directly to the person who was writing your report and telling them to change their report?
I was very surprised that he did that.
Yeah, but was it appropriate for him to write to the person who was producing your report, instructing him to change it without telling you?
No, it wasn't.
Were you aware that Mr. Lyon at the time felt that his job was on the line, and he was getting pressure internally if he didn't change his report?
I was aware he was having issues internally, and I think that was hiding my concern in terms of the conflict issue and whether or not the firm was able to manage those things appropriately. I didn't fully comprehend the significance until I heard his evidence last week.
And then I was going to move on to the 15 November KPMG response.
I just want to clarify. So Mr. Pratt tried to get Mr. Lyon to change the report. Mr. Pratt tried to get you to get Mr. Lyon to change the report. What did he do when you both said no?
There was no action. We basically asked KPMG to complete the report as our independent advisor, as they best felt was appropriate. We didn't ask them if they felt that there was a case to change on the basis of what Mr. Pratt wrote. Then we'd have been open-minded to it. There may have been a breakdown in protocol of Mr. Pratt writing directly, but if the issues of substance were genuine and should have been taken on board, then the expectation was that KPMG would. The feedback we got from KPMG was that they stood by their advice to us
Was
in
there
their
any
report.
explicit or implicit threat that if you didn't change the report, there would be consequences?
No, but at the time I received that letter, I'd already been notified that I was being terminated.
Can I just ask
Before
a question?
just one clarification question. When did
No,
you first?
no.
Just
Sorry,
on the-
I was
Sorry.
asking the chair.
Yeah, sorry. So just quickly, Mr. Staples said at the time he got the letter, you'd already been notified you'd been terminated. When did you get the letter? Pratt letter?
I think it was about the 11th of November.
All right.
So it was a few days after that Mr. Pratt wrote to me about the
Can I
report.
just clarify the timetable, Trevor, or did you want to... I'll go to Mr. Khan for clarification.
Well, what concerns me is now that you know that Mr. Pratt had written directly to Mr. Lyon, if Mr. Lyon had been a weaker person than he appears to have been, that report could have been changed essentially under pressure without you knowing it. Would that be the case? Oh, and the reason for it?
Yes, that would be the case, but Mr. Lyon made us aware that he'd been written to, which is what you'd expect a consultant working for you to do. And I obviously had the visibility of Mr. Pratt writing to me directly as well, and there was an overlap of issues between those two communications.
Can I just get the timeline clear? Sometime in before the 3rd of November, Mr. Pratt is writing to you asking for the report to be changed. Can you remember when that came?
I actually thought that, I'm happy to be corrected on this, but I thought that he wrote to me around the middle of November.
I've tabled the letter.
Yeah.
Right. I have provided the letter as a tended document to the inquiry.
So what date was that?
It was circa 11th of November.
Sorry, 11th of November. So on the 3rd of November, the Treasury KPMG report is produced. Were you aware that that had been completed on the 3rd of November, which said no budgetary impacts?
I couldn't recall the exact date. I was actually on that, I'm certain on that day I was actually still on leave.
Well, the record that we have is that document is dated the 3rd of November.
Yep.
And on the 8th of November, the KPMG report for transport is produced, and that's dated 8 November, the document I see here. Would that accord with your memory?
Yeah, it sounds about right, yes.
On tab 13, Mr. Staples.
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't.
And then on the 11th of November,
All right, Dave.
you get the letter from Mr. Pratt seeking it to be rewritten. Is that right?
Yes, that sounds right.
And when were you terminated?
I was notified verbally by Mr. Reardon on the 6th of November that
And
I was going to be, that my contract was being terminated for no reason. That was a verbal discussion, and then over the course of that week, I'd have to check the exact dates, but I think the letters are actually somewhere in the evidence. The exact dates of communication to formalise that were about a week later.
so while we've got this really hot conflict between Treasury and Transport about how TAHI should be treated, and you're backing in, if I could put it in simple terms, the transport position identified by KPMG, that's when you're terminated.
Yeah, look, I'm resistant to being characterised as the transport position. We engaged KPMG to do a piece of work which was supposed to be holistic around TAHI, and acknowledged, even though there were conflict issues, Treasury also had a specific question for KPMG around accounting. I don't think either should be characterised as the department's position. They were just two pieces of work.
Well, you're backing in the position from the 8th November report, which pointed out the budgetary and the safety concerns. You're articulating that position in government and refusing to have the report changed. That's the context in which you got terminated for no reason.
I think on the basis that KPMG had produced their independent advice and it had taken account of a whole series of discussions over the months preceding that. It came out of nowhere. There's been a lot of debate around that, and for example, taking on board that there were different scenarios in the financial position between KPMG and Treasury. Mr. Pratt wrote to Mr. Lyon and to myself separately, asserting that things needed to be deleted or changed in the report. My first step there was to actually engage with KPMG about, well, should that occur? Is there something in this? And KPMG's response to me was that they stood by their report.
And therefore, you stood up by the report.
Yes, I did.
And then within a matter of days, you're terminated.
I was terminated in the same period that this was going on, yes.
So can I just one last clarification on that then? So Mr. Reardon told you verbally that you were being terminated without reason,
Yes.
on an official basis without reason, but were you given information unofficially by Mr. Reardon at that time as to the reason for your termination?
It was a very short conversation. I just returned from a period of sick leave. It was a Monday morning. I had to do it by video because I actually still had a cold. Mr. Reardon, he was very polite and thoughtful and caring in the conversation, but he said that the minister had decided that he wanted a new direction with a new secretary, and he wanted to start a process on that before the end of the year. So we had a bit of discussion about what that meant in terms of the nature of the exit, and Tim and Mr. Reardon explained to me that it would be a termination for no reason.
So the minister there being Minister Constance?
Yes.
Have you, just going back, I understand the events of November, but to return to the point of origin, we understand that you've raised concerns with Mr. Reardon, you've raised concerns with Mr. Pratt about the board. After Mr. Pratt, who else did you raise concerns with? Specifically, have you raised concerns by this point in time with the minister?
So obviously I had very regular interaction with Minister Constance. In late 2019, we will have briefed him about the PwC advice and given him some indication that there were concerns without necessarily any action. I couldn't put a specific time on when I would have re-engaged with him again because we had the bushfire period between December and January, and obviously for Minister Constance in particular, that was very demanding. So there was definitely a period where this was not a priority for discussion given the longer run. But once we re-engaged in the advance of Cabinet, there was discussions, to make him aware of where we're at with our concerns in terms of the model. So Minister Constance was briefed in advance of that. So that would have been around some of the concerns on accounting treatment, the uncertainty on the financials, as well as the safety issues. He was thoughtful around those things in terms of those being raised and recognised, particularly on the safety, and asked us to keep endeavouring to work through and mitigate those things as best as possible.
Okay. Did you go and see after March? Did you go and see Mr. Reardon again, or what happened? It was just the conversation went dead. I mean, if you've raised concerns with the Secretary of DPC, you've raised concerns with the Minister. Did you go and see Mr. Reardon?
Yeah. Once again, context matters a lot here. The decision had been made in by Cabinet somewhere around late May, early June to proceed with standing up TAHI on 1 July. Which I expected to happen. That was not a surprise. That was part of the implementation process. But obviously there were a number of key questions still at large that needed resolution, and we had some direction from Cabinet to work that through. The outcome on the board had been, from my point of view, not as good as what we would have liked. No discredit to the quality of the members that are there, but there was some, from my point of view, some expertise that could have been there as well. I was starting to reach at that point in time some concern about how effective I could be in continuing at this point, and I did have some conversations with Mr. Reardon around that. That would have been in July after we got through and we'd stood up. He's the most senior public servant. I was the secretary. It's the sort of conversation you'd expect to have. Tim and I had a very strong relationship going back a long period of time. So I approached him and started to talk to him about, given the nature of what was happening, the way TAHI was going, and my confidence in being to be effective as a secretary in the transport role, and whether I could continue to be effective in that.
Did you say to him you felt you couldn't be effective in the job? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, essentially. To lead a big cluster workforce of 20-odd thousand people, there's some key, for me personally, it can vary from person to person, there's some key things you need to be able to buy into, and you need to be able to buy into believing the policy direction overall for government, and to be able to stand up and say to the workforce that this is a good thing.
And you felt
And I was starting to wrestle with that. So it wasn't a definitive position. It was making him aware that I was getting increasingly concerned around that.
so you came to him and you say that you're concerned you can't continue as secretary. What did Mr. Eden say or do?
He was sympathetic to the position, but also understood that the government's policy was that we were implementing TAHI.
But he never registered that the Transport Secretary, who is also his successor, has come to him and said, I'm uncomfortable enough with this arrangement that I think I need to go. And Mr. Eden...
That's perhaps
Well,
overstating what...
Yeah, so just that I was starting to consider whether I could be effective enough. So I just want to be careful. I wasn't threatening a resignation here.
Sure, okay, that's good.
I was certainly concerned about whether or not I could continue to be effective. And in my horizon there, I'm not one to walk away rapidly. I was really committed to the cause of trying to manage this issue as all the other things that were going on. Transport were in the middle of a major reform at the time. I was never going to walk away from that. But that there was a time horizon starting to emerge for me where maybe I would need to move on from the role.
So this is quite extraordinary. You were in government positions for over 15 years.
Yes.
You were so concerned about what was happening with TAHI that you felt unable to continue as effectively in your role?
Yes, but you have to interpret that as a personal position that I got into in terms of my capacity to lead and what I could do as a leader and how I felt I could be effective. It's not to say that others can't do it. It was, that is just where I got to as I'd wrestled through the various elements of it.
It was conflicting with your vision about where the transport agencies should go.
Yep, and these things are bigger than any single person or any secretary. And if I'm going to lead transport, which I did, I had the privilege of doing for 3 years, and every day was a privilege. I needed to be really confident in myself that I could lead that organisation effectively, and I was starting to get concerned that I couldn't do that.
But underpinning that was also the advice you were getting from KPMG, which had multiple inputs in it, which said that there were also substantial safety and financial risks associated with it. It wasn't just an opinion, you also had very credible advice that there were real risks associated with this.
Yep, yes, that's true.
But just to be clear, and look, again, I'm not critical of Mr. Eden in this respect. As I understand it, from what you said, that didn't catalyse a response from Mr. Eden around the lines that we could change the policy because Mr. Eden was also operating on the instruction that this was cabinet policy and has already been decided. Is that fair?
Yeah, and I didn't ask him to change policy.
Yeah.
That was not the nature of the conversation. This was not that wasn't the way I went about the conversation.
You weren't fighting a guerrilla war to unpick government decisions. You were trying to do the best you could with the policy.
It was a government policy we were implementing.
And to be fair, Mr. Eden was subject to the same considerations you were.
Yeah, precisely.
Correct?
Yes. Yes.
Well, then the person who could perhaps adjust this would be either the Minister, the Treasurer or the Premier. Did you seek to see either the Treasurer or the Premier? Or we've already established you sought the Minister, but did you seek to see the Treasurer or the Premier?
I had a meeting with the Premier in the middle of August.
Did you seek that meeting or did she seek that meeting?
It was in the context that I'd had a performance review with her in late July, I think it was late July, of which a number of people were present, and I had flagged, as one of the issues for me as Secretary in the year ahead was the establishment and embedding of the TAHI governance. I reflected after that discussion that I felt that there was probably more I should have said. So I made a decision to organise to go back and see her and talk to her in more depth about it.
Okay, so you had the performance review. I think the process that you're referring to is an annual process that every secretary goes through.
Yes.
For which the documents are available in tab 11, I think. Some of the documents to do with that process from an earlier SR52. But, so in July you've said to Mr. Reardon that you have concerns about whether you could be an effective leader in implementing this. In late July you have a performance review, which, as I understand it, you exceed expectations or worse to that effect. That's your understanding as well?
Yes, I understand that. That's the way I understood the conversation.
And then that was a meeting where multiple people attended the performance review?
Yes, I think actually it was only the Premier and Mr Reardon on that particular occasion.
Right. And then you felt that you needed to go back to the Premier and speak to her directly about this?
Yes,
And you sought a one-on-one meeting with the Premier, is that right?
yes,
You had a one-on-one meeting with the Premier.
yes.
What did you say to the Premier?
It was very similar in nature to the conversation I had with Mr Reardon.
As in, sorry, but just to be clear, can you give us, you'll have to, what did you say to the Premier?
So context is, obviously I worked with the Premier for a number of years. We delivered the Metro together. I've got an enormous amount of respect for her. And I wanted to not surprise her at some point in the future by saying something to her about me leaving without having at least foreshadowed where my mind was at. So I went in and said that we were getting on with the implementation of TAHI. I fully accepted that as a government policy and understood the reasons why, but that I was wrestling with my capacity to lead with the constraints that TAHI was imposing, and that I was starting to consider that. I was still really committed to continuing to work and mitigate on that in the short term, that I had a reform in transport that I wanted to close out and finish, which I foresee going into the next year. But it was really in advance notice that I was of the view that I couldn't continue to do the job as effectively as what I'd wanted to.
Did you
Register?
raise the safety concerns and the fiscal concerns?
Yes, I
in that
talked
meeting?
about the range of matters that we've covered here today in that regard. She was very thoughtful in response.
Before we do her response, just on the safety and the fiscal, what did you tell her about safety concerns you had?
I can't recall the absolute specifics on that, if I'm honest. It would have been along the lines of a concern about accountability and the clarity of accountability and where that might lead in the long run.
Okay. And to the best of your recollection, do you recall what you told her about the financial/fiscal impact?
Just that it was at large. The question was at large about what the real financial impact would be.
Mr Staples, it would have been, you would have put it at least as strongly as you put it here today. You worked closer with the Premier. You wouldn't have put it any less strongly than you put it today. Is that a fair?
Oh, it was very clear
Yeah.
that what my concerns were, certainly, but very much from my capacity to be able to continue to lead that.
Yeah, understood.
And really, there was one subject matter for that meeting in August, and that was TAHI.
Yes, it was. That's true.
And just to be clear, you didn't leave the Premier, in your mind, you didn't leave the Premier in any doubt about your concerns about safety.
No, but it was part of a more rounded conversation overall.
Other matters.
Yeah. Well, all the matters around TAHI and my capacity as lead, but also respecting that the government was getting on with it. I wasn't saying you must stop it.
You said Mr. Khan has just one question.
Look, it really goes to the end, and that's the 6th of November. Really, in the light of the conversations you had with Mr. Reardon, and now the conversation that you had with the then Premier, I take it in a sense you're expressing you were tired, almost physically tired. What happened on the 6th of November was no surprise at all in those circumstances of those conversations, was it?
No, I wasn't tired. I wasn't tired at all. But I was wrestling with how do I lead this organisation authentically with what was at large. And I needed to make a decision personally around whether or not I could manage to do that. And, the wrestle I had was that I didn't want to walk away because I wanted to continue to mitigate and manage these risks. And I was continue to do that as long as I could. But I've always been very transparent with people, around these things. It gives me no comfort or satisfaction to be sitting here sharing individual conversations with people about this. I never anticipated I'd be in this position to be talking about these. It's difficult. I've got a lot of respect for those two people that I was sitting with. I went to them because I had a lot of respect for them, and I didn't expect them to do something about it. I just expected them to understand where I was going.
Said the Premier provided
Further
you
to
with
Mr. Khan's, sorry, just further to Mr. Khan's question though. Given those conversations though, did the 6th of November call from Mr. Reardon come as any shock to you?
I think anyone that gets that call gets a bit of a surprise. So I was just disappointed, but at the same time, as I foreshadowed earlier, you do these roles for a period of time. I'd actually been apparently the longest serving Transport Secretary for quite some time. So, and I'd been able to achieve a lot in government. So I was actually very satisfied with where I got to and what I'd been able to achieve. It was just a little bit earlier than what I expected to be leaving probably. But I had a big organisation that I was leading and I just needed to get in and close out a few things over the period of a few months I was there.
Can I just,
Boyd.
just to confirm, you say that when you went to that meeting with the Premier, that you had a lot of respect for her, you wanted her to know where you were at in terms of your ability to lead.
Yes.
Did you also have a hope that she would intervene and change the policy in some way?
No, I didn't.
You said, Mr Staples, that the Premier provided you with a thoughtful response. I feel now is an opportunity for you to say what was the thoughtful response that the Premier provided you with.
Well, firstly, she listened quite intently to the concerns and the reasons and my own sort of personal reflection on that. Her feedback to me was actually a bit surprising to me, which was that she thought that if I was raising the concerns of that substance, then she wanted to pursue it further and engage with her colleagues around it. So I was actually caught a little bit by surprise on that because it's not the outcome I was expecting, but there was a level of commitment that she wanted to examine it further.
Did she flag a particular follow-up action that she would do or she'd have others do on behalf of the...
She indicated that she would look to bring together a discussion between herself, the then Transport Minister, Minister Constance, and the Treasurer, and the three relevant secretaries being Mr Reardon, Mr Pratt and myself, to discuss it further.
So she convened a meeting of the government's top leaders on this respect. Fair?
Yes, which would be useful given that a cabinet process was going to come at some point to have that conversation. I thought that was a positive.
Did that meeting ever take place, to your understanding?
No, I wasn't part of, in the months after that, I wasn't part of a meeting like that.
So we have an email from Mr Lyons that reports on such a meeting. I'm sorry I can't find the exact reference. It's the one that I can't. That took place on September 11. That is attended by the Treasurer at the time, Mr Perrottet, Mr Reardon, the Secretary of DPC at the time, Mr Pratt, the Secretary of Treasury at the time, who still is a Treasury Secretary. It's not clear whether Minister Constance was there or not, but were you aware that that meeting was taking place?
No, I wasn't.
Were you at any point invited to attend that meeting?
Not that I'm aware of.
When was the first time you learnt about that meeting?
I'm not exactly sure.
Right. Would you have expected to be at a meeting like that?
I don't know what the context, there's regular meetings that involve the Premier and the Treasurer. I don't know whether it was one of those regular meetings or whether it was a specifically convened meeting around TAHI. So,
well, I think it's clear it was a specifically convened meeting around TAHI that was attended by KPMG, and the outcome of the meeting was for Mr Lyons to no longer be the author of the report, or actually to be fair, to Mr Lowe, I think it was, who was the second partner at KPMG, to take the lead of it in the production of your report. The meeting discussed your report that you had commissioned, in which apparently the resolution was that there was to be a change in author of your report, but you weren't aware that this meeting was taking place, and presumably no one had informed you that that was the outcome. Is that fair?
That's correct.
Would you have expected to be at a meeting like that?
Of course I would have expected to be at that meeting.
Right. And the Premier apparently communicates at that meeting with the Treasurer that the government is unequivocal that it was continuing with TAHI, which, to be fair, is aligned to the position she put to you, or it's not aligned to the position she put to you.
Yes, and look, that's a second-hand communication of that conversation, so I respect that someone's said that in good faith, but...
That's Mr Hunter's report on the meeting, to be very clear to you, because I can't show you the specific email I can provide it to you, but it's actually Mr Hunter. It's not Mr Lyons' account of the meeting. It's Mr Hunter's account.
Well, look, point of order, and I think it's fair to put it in context, and it is 146. I don't know if Mr Staples has a copy, but it does say in relaying it though that it doesn't say that Mr Hunter was present. It's a relaying of a meeting with the Premier, and it also says that TAHI was discussed, not that TAHI was the subject in the meeting.
Sure, okay, that's fair. Feel free to put that to the witness.
I think that's useful for the record.
What tender bundle?
146 in Mr Lyons' documents.
Bundle?
In Mr Lyons that he presented the other day.
Sorry. Well, do you want to respond to that? It's a good point.
Well, no, you put propositions.
Yeah, that's right. It's just
I think
clarifying
the question is,
and the nature of the proposition.
I think the question is noting
the context.
which Mr. Farlow's quite accurate summary of the document. Does that change? Did you want to reflect upon any part of your evidence in that regard, Mr. Staples? And
Well, I
can
actually
why
don't
I-
have. You can show me the document, but
I'll take it out of my docs and give it to you, Mr. Staples. 146, you said, didn't you, Scott?
Yeah, 146.
See, I've got to say this is part of the problem. Using documents that are not authored by a witness,
Well, that's
or,
why
or
we're
in which they are involved, and then getting them to comment on it,
Which is
is
why-
quite problematic.
which is why I think it's right. Be quiet and let Mr. Staples read the document.
But just while the witness looks at this document, I note the time.
We commenced 15 minutes late, so we're going through
Right,
to 1:30.
right. That's fine.
Yep.
I wasn't turning into a
We're just noting the
complete
time.
clock watcher, but I was just wondering what our
That will
intention
happen
was.
at 1:31.
Yeah.
Okay.
okay. Sorry, I need a reminder on what I'm being asked
Question
after
was-
reading that.
I think we all do, so it's useful we
The
go back
question
to
was
that point.
that I think gave rise, which to be fair I put to you prior to you showing you the email, but would you have expected to be at a meeting like that?
Yes, I would have.
Given that email reports that the decision was to adjust the authorship of the report that belonged to you, were you aware of that as an outcome?
No, I wasn't.
Would you have expected to be told that a meeting was held about your report that resulted in that decision?
Yes, I would have.
And fair enough. And thereafter, part of the reason why perhaps, well, what we learn afterwards is that Mr. Pratt writes to you and writes to Mr. Lyon. Is it possible, maybe Mr. Pratt needs to answer this, but is it possible that perhaps Mr. Pratt thought he had the authority as a result of that meeting that you didn't attend?
Well, again,
I won't
that
press it.
is
I think it's been withdrawn, so we'll move on.
speculation.
Final, well, just in terms of who else, did you raise concerns about TAHI with anybody else in the government last year, other than the Premier, the Treasurer, or any other official?
Obviously, we were having conversations internally within Transport around how to implement, but how to manage that. So that was an ongoing sort of conversation. I was, beyond Mr. Pratt, there were some meetings I was engaged with Mr. Mitter, and I think on occasion with Ms. Wilkinson. So they would have had some of the sentiment, but that would have all been consistent with the sorts of issues that people in Transport were talking around. I was a member of the board at TAHI, so there was communications with them. I spent quite a bit of time in the early parts really just giving the board some understanding of the structural arrangements within Transport and the operating model more generally, and the national rail safety law and those sorts of things, just to help that board become more attuned with those. Beyond that, I think the only other significant meeting is that given the discussions that had gone on from late 2019 to the middle of 2020 around TAHI, while initially my focus has been around safety and other elements, the accounting and financial things have become more uncertain. and I did approach the Auditor General and had a conversation with her just to basically share my concerns and just raise with her that there seemed to be a lot of uncertainty on this.
Right. So that's Miss Crawford, the Auditor General at the time?
Yes, that's right.
When did you raise it with her?
If you want an exact date, I'd have to go and I'll take that on notice. But my recollection would have been early July
Right.
of
And
2020.
what did you say to her?
Just that I basically gave her a bit of a summary of the issues that emerged around different advice on accounting, that it wasn't Transport's position to determine that. We were really respectful of that. But I wanted her to be aware that there was significant uncertainty going on in government around it, and just to encourage her to look at it closely. Because ultimately where I got to on conclusion on that was that, and it goes back to my earlier point, I hate to keep reiterating around sort of independence, that it really required the Auditor General to ultimately form a view on this. And quite frankly, I sit here today going, I think she'll do it very thoughtfully. She'll give it due consideration. I got a really strong sort of response from her. No promises made at all, but just an acknowledgement that this was a substantial issue the Audit Office was looking at, and that she would examine it thoroughly. And that's all I could have asked for.
In terms
That degree of comfort in the independence of the Auditor General sitting there. But do you remember the Auditor General's concerns about the initial accountancy treatment of TAHI?
No, look, I very deliberately approached that meeting as not my natural style, but a relatively one-way conversation, which was to really just lay on the table some of the concerns I had. And for her, I had no expectation or commitment from her. She just was appreciative of me reaching out directly and gave me a strong assurance that her and the team were going to look closely at that. She may have some further recollection of that discussion, but I don't recall much more than that.
Mr. Staples, after you have the one-on-one meeting with the Premier, in which the Premier resolves to convene the meeting as you described, did you hear anything further from the Premier in any way, shape or form in respect to the Transport Asset Holding Entity?
No, look, there were some conversations in the weeks before I left involving a number of parties, but they were tightly related to Cabinet by then, so there's not much I can say about those conversations.
Were any of those conversations involving the then Treasurer? Did he play a role in this?
These are Cabinet-related conversations.
So any conversations that you had or did not have with the Treasurer would have had or did not take place under the auspices of Cabinet?
Well, that's how do you expect him to answer
So
that?
I don't think that can be fairly put to sort of cover all.
But
So what I would
just
say-
quickly, just on that point though, did you inform Treasury about your discussions with the Auditor General and any concerns?
No, I didn't. Well, Treasury were aware of my concerns.
Okay, fair enough. But not the discussion with the Auditor General.
No, it was the intention was really just to make sure that the Auditor General had visibility of the significance of the matter that was going on inside government. It was a difficult decision to make. It was very probably out of character for me to go and make that, but it just, bear in mind what I said about my own personal position at that stage. I was wrestling with this, and I felt talking to the Auditor General would be of use.
This is
Just on that point,
so
though.
after this, we'll go to Mr. Graham, who has waited
I
very
only have a few
patiently.
more.
Yep.
You're very patient.
But as you just said, it's out of character for you to go to the Auditor General. But surely for you accept that for you to contact the Premier and seek a one-on-one meeting, and then to have was it a one-on-one meeting with the Auditor General?
No, Mr. Goodwin was also present.
But to then contact the Auditor General.
I'd actually contacted the Auditor General before I saw the Premier, just to be clear on the sequence.
Forgive me, but either way, the question is, in contacting the Auditor General and in contacting the Premier, were you aware that perhaps you were taking an element of risk in seeking to speak to them directly?
Every day in doing the secretary role, you take risks.
And was that one of them, to seek a direct conversation?
I didn't regard it as any. Look, obviously, I knew it was a significant thing to do, but I didn't give it a lot of deep thought. If that's what you're asking around from a risk point of view, it was just the thing that needed to be done.
But you
Mr.
accepted.
Staples, sorry, Mr. Staples. So I understand it. You didn't feel like you could, in good conscience, continue to lead with enthusiasm the Transport Agency and deliver on TAHI, given your concerns about safety and finances, and that's That's ultimately what happened, wasn't it?
Yep, that is what I communicated.
And given that, you felt that you had a sort of due diligence to go and raise your concerns with the Premier and raise your concerns with the Auditor General.
Yes.
Well, the other way around.
Well, but I'm not putting that temporally. But
Yeah, so
both of those.
the first person that I ever communicated that to was Mr. Ridden, as I indicated. I didn't go that far with the Auditor General, just to be clear. I wasn't talking to her about my future. I was just talking to her
raising
about...
the concerns.
Yeah, raising about the concerns. But yeah, and then the next step was the Premier.
And would it be, reflecting back on all those tumultuous events towards the end of last year, would it be fair to say that your job ended because you wouldn't give ground on those issues because you couldn't, because in good conscience that wasn't something you were able to do?
I think that's an unfair proposition to put.
Well, I'll ask
because it
Mr.
has to
Staples.
Maybe you should put the proposition again, Chair.
Well, I'll put the proposition to you again. When you got the call from Mr. Wren, sitting there now, is it your belief that that's because you wouldn't and you couldn't give ground on these safety and financial issues in relation to TAHI and continue to lead transport?
Look, I understand why people would draw the conclusion between those, particularly given the sequencing of events, which has become, more visible to me as these inquiries have gone on. But I didn't draw that linkage. I didn't, I basically accepted that there were reasons why they didn't want me in the role any longer. And I know it might seem extraordinary, but I did not overthink that. I just thought, well, if that's the case, you basically are in these roles only when they've got the confidence in you to do those roles. When that confidence goes, you go.
But the core issue here, in terms of confidence in you being able to lead, and it was, from what I could tell on both sides, was you didn't believe in this TAHI project.
Well, I can't confirm that. I wasn't the decision maker. I was terminated for no reason.
That's great.
My contract was terminated for no reason.
Thank you for your evidence today. As usual, it's been highly credible. So thank you for taking us through these matters, which obviously were, very difficult to go through. I just want to ask about one moment around that 1 July 20 date. You've made it clear the decision had already been made by government. The results had already been booked. So in a sense, some of this was baked in. But you did talk about that time imperative around April leading up to that 1 July date when the structure was actually set up. Given the discussions you were in, what discussions were there about the consequences if that date wasn't met, if this deadline wasn't reached?
It wasn't a black and white book on what would happen. The discussion was that we needed to show substantive progress to the Auditor General and the ABS around the advancement of implementing TAHI in the governance model. And the advice from Treasury was that really needed to be the entity transitioning from Railcorp into TAHI, a board being established, a chief executive and a management team being put in place would be the sign of substantive progress.
Yeah.
So that's the actions that we took, and obviously Cabinet agreed to that proposal. The thing we did do, as I've reiterated a couple of times, was to put some tight constraints around the operating licence of that entity, which helped bring that into a level of assurance that we still have things in appropriate levels of control.
Mr. Staples, there's one document just before you go that I just think we do have to get your perspective on. It's in Treasury Tender 001, which is in tab 13, which is also about the fiscal benefit. That says here, TAHI provides benefits to Minister and Treasurer, and it reports what those benefits are. Is this a complete picture as to the forward costs as you understood them at the time?
I'm sorry, I know this was on the committee's website.
It might have been in the AFR as well, potentially.
The timing of this document again? Oh, okay, I can... Sorry, can you re-ask that question?
Is that a complete picture? Because it says here, phase one, $8.5 billion of savings in the first 5 years, which were 20 to 2020. And then post 1 July over that period, 7.1. And then it says TBA around the forward period. First question is, well, let me just, because I'm not going to follow up. I'm just going to ask the question and pass to the chair. But firstly,
You've got 60 seconds.
were you aware of this document? Do you know whether this was presented to the Treasurer and the Minister for Transport and or the Premier? And is this an accurate advice as to what the forward impact is over time as to the likely fiscal costs and benefits of TAHI?
So, look, I note that it's got cabinet confidence on it. The only page that I have some recollection of is the last page.
Yep.
Which has got the numbers. That just visually, I have a recollection of seeing a page like that.
Yep.
To be honest, I couldn't be sure whether I saw the whole document or not. It's possible that I did. But probably best for me not to comment on what forum that might have been in. I think the observation I would make, which goes back to my point about the needs for some independence on this, is that if you go to the page, there's two observations. The transition from RailCorp to TAHI will result in no significant risk. That page is technically correct. If I sit in the role of TAHI as an entity, and I think about it through the lens of what I was in RailCorp and what I am in TAHI, and the protections and the assurances placed around TAHI, and I look down through those controls, it's a relatively true presentation. The issue that I take with it is that it's only looked at through that lens. So it's not, it's a half truth.
It's what's not said
It's
about the other instances.
it's that when you step back and say this sits inside of something bigger, that there are implications for Sydney trains, for transport, more generally. So there's nothing incorrect about this, but it's what's not there. From my point of view as Secretary of Transport, it's what's missing that's the issue.
Was this shown to the Premier, Treasurer and Minister for Transport at a meeting you were at present?
I can't comment on that. And then on the last page, I would say, sort of similarly consistent, the TBCs in the lines would seem, depending on the timing of this, seem at odds with the advice that came through in the KPMG work. Now, there was obviously a range of numbers in there, but I think from my point of view, there needed to be some transparency around the underlying assumptions on valuation and the impact that that would have on the final fiscal treatment on this. You can see in the bottom line a significant trend downwards in financial performance, 2800, 27, 1332, 260. There's a trend. The only observation I can give is that I think concerningly, the document doesn't provide the full picture. So I don't know what its purpose was for, but in isolation, it's quite problematic.
Mr. Staples, I think you've been provided with another document, it's just to your left there, which will come as no surprise to you. That's the 15 November correspondence from KPMG to you.
Yep.
Do you remember receiving this?
Yes, I do. So I think this goes back to the interaction we had around the sequence of events, the KPMG accounting report, which I think you said came out on about the 3rd of November. The KPMG operating model report came out on the 8th of November. And then Mr. Pratt wrote to me in relation to having sections of that changed. And I sought advice from KPMG in terms of what's going on here, and they've responded.
Did you accept KPMG's assertion that there was no conflict between the two reports?
I thought it highlighted at the very least that the perception had undermined the benefit of their work. So we're at an impasse where we had two different views. And KPMG didn't cause this issue in government. We went to KPMG to seek assistance to help navigate forward. I think by this conflict and the perception of it emerging, it compounded the problem rather than helped to reduce it.
But it's your understanding sitting there now that in those two reports, there was fairly much irremediable conflict between the budget position and also the safety position. Is that right?
Yes, and I think probably more, having now listened to the evidence from different parts of KPMG in relation to this, I think it's even more evident that the conflict was significant.
And so when KPMG wrote to you...
We've gone 5 minutes over already.
Well, this is my final question. So when KPMG wrote to you on the 15th of November and said there is no conflict, which is what that letter said, what was your view?
It was one of pragmatism, to be honest with you, which was that they've confirmed their position on the report that had been prepared for transport, but also accepted the position in terms of the accounting, and that we just needed to get on now within government and work out how to deal with those. And the important objective for me was to make sure that both pieces of advice were taken forward to government. I didn't really have the time to invest back into what to do about where we got to on that conflict. But it left us in a weaker position than I would have liked.
Yeah, and particularly given where you were at in terms of your employment at that stage, that really wasn't your problem to solve.
And look, it was obviously weighing on me, but not in the context of this. You know, I had accepted that decision very quickly and set myself a goal of what I would do within the 2 to 3 months, and one of those was to try and progress TAHI a little bit further, as well as some of the reform work that I was doing.
Ms. Sables, on behalf of the committee, could I thank you for your time today and your frank responses to the questions. And also, I'll just reflect upon your work for the people of New South Wales and your insistence on a principled position that you took, which has, I think, been reflected in your evidence today.
All right, thank you.
And that concludes this afternoon's hearing.